do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why hello. How's everybody doing? I may have played a little tiny bit on my day off without streaming it. Now, I know a lot of people aren't jumped right into the beginning of stream, but I know there's quite a few people who are following along on YouTube. So I thought I should run, the first thing I should do is just run through the little additions that I did. Because, you know, that seems important.
Man, this thing just keeps popping up, hey?
A lupus. With a 64-month resub. So for anyone following along, this was the old base, the newest one that's currently doing the 2 elevator parts that are now just headed off into sinks because those 2 are done. So we're building this one now, the assembly director units, which, there it is, that line right there, we've decided to make 4.5 of. So we do need quite a few different items here, but some of the items I was able to expand the existing infrastructure on. For instance, we need more iron plates into more reinforced iron plates. We were already doing that recipe, right? We need a lot more steel pipes. We need a lot more wire, for instance, right? There was a little bit of crossover there, and many of these were not maxed out lines already. So for instance, the concrete required to make this thing, whatever we were making, the steel beams and steel pipes, these are from our old factory. We weren't using a full line of concrete though. So putting my new base's steel pipe beside my old steel pipe meant that I could just extend the manifold out into the next set of machines. And so now that's one long concrete line. But is it one long concrete line? Because we also need concrete in the next stage. So up we go, and there's more concrete coming into my assemblers at the top, and it's all coming off the same line, all three of those units are using the same manifold. I'm sure it'll be fine. The number is still not capped. Like we're not using 680, right? Then, for instance, the iron ingots. Well, I just made more iron ingots down there, added them to the same line, and then stole more iron ingots. So those were the two lines that were already running. I just split off more iron ingots from the same line and threw them down into this set to make more steel, because I need more steel. And what do we do with the steel? Send it straight upstairs to make more steel pipes, and then straight upstairs again to use the steel pipes and more of that concrete into encased industrial beams, and then upstairs again to build our heavy modular frames. Obviously we also had to make a modular frame section, which I forget where I put because I didn't label any of it, but it definitely comes from somewhere. Oh, here it is. Wait. Oh, that's right. I built all the way over here. I built a little bit all the way over here as well. I built these two things off the back of the old system, this is where I make my iron plates, and this is where I make them into, oh, well, actually, this is where I make my iron plates, and I only need one iron plate machine to feed 7 reinforced iron plate machines. So they're all just on the same level. They're just fed slightly differently. So this makes all the iron plates and then pops the iron plates out the back, runs all the way around, and then starts a manifold of iron plates going in. Pumping a little bit of plastic to that one, a little bit of rubber to this one, and off we go. Upstairs we use the steel pipes, more of the steel pipes we made, and the reinforced plates through downstairs to make modular frames, that then headed all the way back up there to make our reinforced modular frames. Being able to build off the existing infrastructure has made this a lot quicker. For instance, the next thing, we're going to need an absolute fuck ton of quick wire. Just a disgusting amount of quick wire. We've got to make, for this part of the project alone, 2,127 more quick wire. That's just for the new building, not for the old one. The old one's already making... The old one was only making 700. The new one needs 2,127. Okay, but what's quick wire made out of? Quick wire is made out of copper ingots and Caterium ingots. Now the problem is I need 886 copper ingots. I don't know what I'm doing about that yet, but I only need 177 Caterium ingots. So the Caterium ingots was incredibly easy because the Caterium ingots aren't getting used that heavily already in this base. We have them, but we didn't need that many of them. So if we run back over to where the Caterium ingots are coming in and we have a glance at them, we can see that they're actually only using 140 a minute. So all we do is we build more Caterium ingots down there and we add them to this line, because this line can take a ton more Caterium ingots. If we're not using anywhere near the maximum amount of Caterium ingots, not even close. Which also means I can build off the end of this system, which means we have built, and this part isn't finished yet, but we have built 3 lines of 8 machines of assemblers to build more quickwire behind our quickwire machine for the old one. And instead of having to route new routings, I just take from the end of the manifold on each level and put it into the manifold on the new machines. And it's like that 3 times over. I just take from the end there and put it into the next one. Take from the end there and put it into the next one. Take from the end there and put it into the next one. So I don't have to worry about any of the like infrastructure for that. Just put more ingots on the line and then add an extender to each floor. And now we're up to the new problem, which is where I stopped yesterday on my day off, because I need to provide 886 copper ingots. And it occurred to me once I figured that out, that I may have done fucked up. I might have done fucked up, because over that way where I put in all the new copper ingots, I only ran 1 copper ingot line up. And this copper ingot line, which is getting used for all my old stuff, is already running at 700. So if we needed like 20 more or something, I could just add more to that line. But I had to bring up a new line, and I was like, oh, well, I'll just bring up a new line. Well, that's not good enough. I actually need it to come up in 2 lines. There's just no way around it. It has to come up in 2 lines. So I guess I've got to come back down here and add an extra one and then go back to where the machines are and fucking split them, I guess. Because that's too much. That's too much for 1 line, right? Is that the only thing I'm even using copper for too? That might actually be the only thing I'm using copper ingots for. Yeah, they're literally all going into there. But 780 is all I can do on a line. So that's going to be a small issue. So same bullshit here. What do we do? Fucking curved? Like, how do I line these up again? I'm gonna try and line these up some more. Don't worry about that, it's fine. Okay, you're just gonna stop doing that. Because we're gonna have to split these lines somewhere. These lines are getting split. This line is bringing up way more copper ingot than I can actually fit on one line. It doesn't actually work. So I'm gonna do some math here. Are they all the same? They're all making 71.25. They are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 refineries in a row, making 17.125 copper ingots per minute. Was it 72 point? Was it 71.25? Shit, I already forgot. Yeah, it was. Yeah, so problem. I can only take I can only actually take 780 on a single conveyor belt. So I guess we just split it in half. So if there's 18 machines, half of that would be 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yoink, out you go, buddy. And now a new thing. No, how dare you? No. How dare you? No, stop it. No auto connect. Bad. There we go. Okay, now this one's gonna come straight through that pole. No one's gonna see it. It's fine. Right, if I do it like that, then I should now have 2 lines of 641. Now let me double check the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Correct. Okay. So we've got how to transport it. Right, this is how we're gonna transport it. So we're gonna do 2 lines instead of 1, which is all well and good, except it's all being used for the same process. So I'm also gonna have to work out what the fuck to do when I get there. I think I'm gonna have to do what, I don't know if it has a name, but I think I'm gonna do the thing I did at the other place, which is what I'm calling an injection manifold. Uh, 641. Just gonna write that down. Okay. Which means, in theory, I should be able to run like all right, hang on. If there's 641 per line, then surely surely if I've split that directly in half and I've made exactly the amount of ore that I need, then one of the lines will feed 2 floors and the other line will feed the other 2 floors, right? I mean, we're gonna have to double check that math when we get there, but like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so let's have a look at our thing here. So, I mean, if this is all I'm taking, and I've ended up with 24 machines, then we've ended up with 24 machines. So instead of doing the normal thing I do where I run 23 at full and I run the last one at like 64%, instead I run 22 of them at full, but I run like the first one in each set that takes ore. So like one line of ingots will supply 2 floors, and the first one gets half of this deficit. So instead of running a machine at 64%, I like halve that deficit between the 2 floors, I think. Okay, so we just stop these here. We have to go work out how to get them in here. So I believe they're just going into this building right here, correct? Yes. However, big problem. They can't do what I was planning because they're more than one line. So, out all this comes. So the first 2 floors will take a single line. So something will come from here up to there, and it'll go into that floor and that floor. So we'll also take a splitter. So that's going to be 1 and 2. And that should be 1 line of copper. Oh no, it isn't though. It isn't, because it isn't 4 floors. I split it over 3 floors. How am I going to do that? Oh God, how am I gonna do this? So that means, yo, actually, how am I gonna do this? Have I made a horrible mistake from the beginning? Eight, and 8. I've done them in... How many comes out here? Well, so the problem is I have 2 lines that have to provide... I have 2 lines that each have 640 on them. And they have to provide 3 separate floors. Oh. Oh, so we just load balance them. Wait, what if I just load balance them? I have a logistics floor for a reason. What if I run these 2 lines into my logistics floor right here? Right? And then I split each line 3 ways because there are 3 floors. I split it 3 ways on one. I split it 3 ways on the second one. And then I merge one from each line. And now I have 3 lines that are all equal, ready to supply each floor. Or we could do the injection manifold thing where the first line goes into the first line of machines and then the second line gets put in, and it wouldn't even have to be exactly halfway because there's room on 780 belts, right? So like the second line would just have to be a little bit of the way into, like if I put it on like the 3rd machine in or something, I would just pump it in like right there. I just put a merger here and pump the second line straight into that as like an injection manifold. And that would, you would want to do that halfway down floor 2, right? Because otherwise no, that doesn't work either. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Okay, all right, I got it. So line 1 of copper goes in just at the end, exactly where I had always planned it for all 3 floors. 1, 2, 3, 4 machines in. We cut the connection right here. It only provides 4 machines on each floor. I cut the connection right here. I run another line that supplies all 3 floors, but only the second half of the machines. Right? I think that's right. So each line, so one line would go here. And it'll provide some to every single floor. 1. And then a splitter. And then a splitter. Right, and then that's line 1. Which comes in from our... Might actually come in from below the logistics floor. Just because it kind of looks like a pain in the ass to get it better. So we might come in straight up that way. And then... 1, 2, 3, 4. So those 4 machines run off that. But the next floor, 4 can't. Right? So we end up with a hole, let's say, bam, right there. That feeds the next 4 machines. One, 2, 3, 4 gets fed by that one. 1, 2, 3, 4 gets fed by that one. I think that's okay. I can actually do this the fun way, as long as I remember exactly where I put it, which is right in the fucking center of the middle of those 2. So if we just drop down to here, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, we get rid of those 2, we put a floor hole right there. And then that floor hole connects to this floor hole right there. And then, because we sent everything through the floor without floor holes, did a lot on that level, apparently. Oh, it's because I decided I didn't give a shit about logistics floors, right? Only the proper floors need to be nice. Okay, so this is floor 2, where these come out, and you need a splitter. As close to the level as you can, which they're kind of annoying on lifts. They don't really work right, so they don't always come out neat, but that's fine. You will also need a splitter. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Fantastic. So that would be line number 1. And then this would be line number 2. Hopefully, we haven't fucked it up. But who really knows? Sorry, bunny. See you. uh Yep, straight under. That goes under, right? Yeah, fantastic. There's a room. That's exactly what I like to see. Man, I really didn't think I'd be running into so many like belt throughput issues before unlocking the faster belts. But I have. What? What? And of course it broke there. Don't know what's up with that, but like every time you build splitters on a thing, it like doesn't like it. It breaks the lift. Okay, they're getting copper. They're doing the thing. Oh, and they're turning on. And when it goes up to the next level, it's fine. And when it goes up to the top level, it's fine. Whew. Lifts breaking near floor holes is a known issue. Yes. Okay, well, at least I know it's not just me then. Ta-da! And it stopped again. Of course it did. Of course it did. Let's just See, look, there's a floor hole there. It's actually always been there. I definitely didn't clip it through the floor. There's actually always been a floor hole there. All right, that's actually always been there. I placed that first, actually. And then, ta-da! Okay, well, I believe that we've worked out how those run. Now we've got some nonsense happening up here, which was our first system, and we may have to do some nonsense again because I haven't actually looked at where the fuck all of the stuff goes. Okay. 756 of it goes just to high-speed connectors. 270 to AI limiters. 282 to cable. 480 to circuit boards. This is awkward. So let's say I pull some shenanigans for balance at the top, right? I do not know how to do that. I tell you what, let's just fucking leave that until it's a problem, right? Which I promise it will be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. I can fucking guarantee that. Oh, I didn't actually use a blueprint because it's just a top floor. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to extend our what I'm gonna affectionately call the shenanigans floor. Because on the roof of this building, we're gonna have to do some sort of rebalancing of shit. Just like we had to do with the front half. Which, by the way, I'm still actually kind of proud of. Because I didn't look anything up. I mean, I guess it's simple. And people who play it a lot probably wouldn't think this was clever. But I think it's clever. I had two places that needed just a little bit. And I had one place that needed like 2 full lines, basically. But I only had 3 floors. And none of those 3 were full lines. So all I did was I sent my little bit one way. I sent my other little bit another way. And then I put smart splitters for the overflow onto a merger above the 3rd floor line. And then the third floor line and that line, which are both unequal amounts, but need to be equal amounts, both feed into the storage container, and then 2 full storage container lines come out with equal amounts, and everybody gets to run. In theory, I don't have too much quick wire. It looks like I have slightly too much quick wire. I imagine it's because something isn't running. And yet everything in that direction is running. My current elevator parts are running at 100%. Not that I need them anymore, but they're there and they're running at 100%. And they're just fucking out the back here, putting them all in the sink. 10 of these a minute and 5 of the other thing a minute straight into the sink. Making lots of points. That's fine, right? What's your issue? Not enough radio control units. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a different problem altogether. Oh no. Radio control units come from another base. Oh no. That means there's a problem somewhere else. That means there's a problem somewhere else. Oh no. Radio control units are being made over at Mega Messy. I thought they were being made efficiently. Oh man. How are we running out of radio control units? What's wrong? Come on to any train. There's like 15 trains that come here, and any one of you will probably take me to or close to Mega Messy. Who fucking cares? Build your own train, dickhead. See ya. Don't crash. Yay, I did the good signals. See ya. Side quest. This game is the king of side quests, I'm telling you. It's ridiculous. You'll be in the middle of something, you'll be like, oh no, something's wrong somewhere. I done fucked up. Quick, go fix it. And yet somehow I love it. I nearly forgot to take my meth. Yeah, the fun just the hours just disappear going down problem rabbit holes. Yep. Also, the meth helps. Oh, I almost forgot. Oh my god, I had better check on the power while I'm over here. I have a slumber sloop in one of the machines, and the idea was it was very, 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 very slowly going to fill the fluid buffers at the top of my new power tower. But I actually have
started the meth again. I knew it.
I actually have to remember to take it out, because if that machine ever stops running because the fluid buffers get full, then it'll break everything. It started the meth again. I knew it. I mean, it's prescribed meth. Also, thank you for the 52-month resub. Whee! Okay, so let's quickly do that. Yes, this is actually my first time playing anything that's like a factory builder game of any kind. I've never played like Factoro or any of the others. This is my first time. Okay, so these are my new power towers. And oh, they're okay. Yeah, they're okay. They're okay. These are very, very, very slowly filling, by the way. But without the slumber sloop, these should actually not need to exist. These rocket fuel buffers do not need to exist without the slumber sloop. But my goal was to get like a little over 1,000 in the buffers. It looks like I got about 1,400. Should be in all 4 of them. Ooh. Oh, that'll be the one I started with. Just so that there's always something. Right, that was the last one. So it was that one, that one, that one, and that one I did. I don't know that I trust. I know rocket fuel's a gas, but I don't know that I trust it without there being extra capacity in the system. Even though I've double, triple, quadruple checked all of the math. I just think, I don't know, having a big buffer at the end just like makes me feel a bit safer about it. So, just gonna fucking close those holes because they're done. There's a bit of extra in the end of all of them. And which way is down? That way. Let me go take my slumber sloops out. Yep. They should be in these ones. There they are. Yoink. Yoink. Perfect. Same time. But you can always put user buffer storages at the end. Yep. They're at every station in here too, because the time I tried to make aluminium was such a pain in the ass that I just decided that there would be a fluid buffer of some kind attached to the end of every system. So I color coded all my pipes, and the only thing that doesn't have a fluid buffer in it is the crude oil, and that's because I'm not using the maximum amount of crude oil, and it's the first stage. So the pump that's pumping in crude oil is just pumping in like 20 more crude oil a minute than I'm using, so it might flick on and off. I don't care. I don't care if it flicks on and off. It's stage number 1. It's allowed. I don't care. So that part's fine. Right? But then everything, for starters, everything goes up 2 ways. Right? It goes up both there and there. So everything is a loop and everything goes up 2 different ways. And the idea is at no point should any pipe actually get its max capacity. And at the end of every system, there should be a full fluid buffer that's slightly higher than all of the machines. So in theory, it never drains. But you can see it does drain. It does drain and refill. And the draining and refilling is because I turned on all the machines at once. And so they all pull at the exact same time. And so I want this fluid buffer to be able to very, very quickly refill the pipes when the machines pull. And then the new stuff that gets pumped up ends up getting pumped back into the fluid buffer. And then we do the same thing on every single level. Even when we come up here, there's my fuel fluid buffer for all the yellow pipes. There's my fucking nitrogen gas fluid buffer for all my nitrogen gas. There's this one's only a little one and it's never been full, and that's fine. It's never been full, but it's also never been empty anytime I've checked on it, which is fine. And it seems as if everything just runs. That does my entire power tower, plus my packaged rocket fuel, of which I have a ton of, like nearly 300 a minute, so that I can use it wherever I want forever. And if I paid attention correctly, barely any should make it into here. We're making a little tiny bit more compacted coal than we're using. Just occasionally a little bit of compacted coal goes off into the sink, but not often. And this one should never back up because of where I placed it. It's gonna inject. I probably should have made that like a smart merger and prioritized this one, because this one doesn't have a sink line. But I don't want to touch it now because it's never caused a problem. It's never actually backed up, so there's no point in changing anything. Anyway, all I had to do was come over here and take those slumber sleeps out so that my power keeps running forever. Oh, and double check that my power line is dead flat. There should be no fluctuation in my power grid at all. Sexy. Sexy with tons of room to move forward. They call that a surge tank on cars. The line won't be flat for much longer. This line is the line I need to be flat. These lines are allowed to move. I'm okay with, well, maximum consumption probably shouldn't ever change. That would be weird. Consumption is allowed to go up and down. There are several plants that I've set where the earlier lines overproduce things that I'm more than I could possibly use in the later lines, and so those machines will just come grinding to a halt. Also in the next phase, I think there's like particle accelerators and shit that like use varying amounts of power. I don't care if the orange line changes. That's allowed to change as much as it likes. This one isn't allowed to change, because this is the amount of power that I'm using. And in my mind, as long as this blue line never touches this gray line, and the gray line is always steady, I'll never have a problem. The orange line can spike however it likes, but it'll never spike above the blue. The blue would be if every machine turned on at once. So as long as the blue line never touches the gray line and the gray line is straight, we're good. That's how I see it anyway. That's my approach to power. Varying power consumption is great. That happens on every power line everywhere. That happens in real life. Gets hot, people turn on their air conditioning. It gets nighttime, everybody goes to sleep with the doors closed, and turn off all their lights, and you don't have to account for, like, you have to account for varying in the process. However, there was a problem with, was it radio control units? Yeah. Where are they? Here. 62%. I fixed the crystal oscillator problem. I came back here and fixed the crystal oscillator. Huh? How can you have 100 and the next one in line have 1? How can that be happening? No way. Tell me I didn't. The fuck? Okay. Crystal oscillators running at 100. Crystal oscillators running at 100. Crystal oscillators running at 100. Crystal oscillators running at 32%, not enough cable. Okay, so few problems here. That's 76, just not enough cable. That one's 100, that one's 100, that one's 100. Okay. Now we're using and making so few crystal oscillators that it is okay that the belts are all that slow. However, it is not okay with the amount of cable. I swear to God, I fixed this days ago and it ran fine. It was running fine. I checked it. Where did all my cable go? This base, unfortunately, is a fucking mess. This was my first very large base. Okay. Okay, so there's a lot here. Why are they stuck here? This is a sink line. What the fuck? Okay, this is a routing issue. First of all, those crystal oscillators aren't going into the sink, which is an issue because when something overflows, it is supposed to go into the sink. But second, I'm not overflowing with crystal oscillators. In fact, I'm gagging for them. So why aren't they being routed where I need? So they go up here. They go over there. Oh. So this is actually where the overflow goes down. Okay, so we're not losing any currently. So that's what goes to the sink line. Just didn't know that last time I was wrong. Right? Okay. So first of all, we do have to fix that sink line, or those will stop producing when the sink is full. For now, that's not an issue. For now, all the crystal oscillators are going upstairs. So this wouldn't fill anymore anyway, but this is obviously not connected to something. Which would cause an issue later. Yeah, clear that bitch out. What? Why wouldn't you? That's a merger. That's a line. Why aren't you going onto the fucking... That merger's not really on that line, is it? It's just hanging in the air. What's the point of showing up 5 minutes every day if I can't remember your face? Okay, I mean... fair. There they go. Okay. All right. Those are... Now that line, technically that line shouldn't get used, but it is supposed to be the fail safe. So back to the original problem. No cable. So where's my actual cable getting made? Not enough cable. No. Well, I know why there's not enough cable. It's because there's fucking none. Where's my cable? Aha. Hi, buddy. Okay, well, I found out why there's not enough cable. It goes further back. There's not enough cable because there's not enough wire. And the machines that make wire say that they're all running at 100%. Let's go all the way to the end. They're all running at 100%. Plenty of copper. Make more wire, I guess. Now they're all running at 150%. I have no idea if we've got enough copper in this base or not for that. But I mean, that's the equivalent of adding 4 more machines to do more wire. So hopefully that helps. That's gonna take a minute to carry up on, isn't it? How will I know if that's enough? The only thing I can think of is nothing. Just leave and, I don't know, come back later, see if it all catches up. Right? Like there's nothing to do. Like, I mean, I could like slumber sleep a few to speed it up, but then I'd have to remember to take them out and that. Oh, here's what I'll do. Yeah, that'll just catch up that real quick, since we were completely out of wire everywhere. And there is a wire storage box, so that should help that catch up. Let me go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll just take those back out again. It's temporary sleeps whenever leaving them in. Right, back in mode. cranks the machines and they instantly backlog. Good, this is what I wanted. I also fucking samba slooped them all. This is the earliest stage in the process. I'm fine with this. I wasn't getting enough wire. Now I have enough wire. The question is, does it fix the cable issue? So now let's go find those cables again and find those cable machines on 100%. Now, where were they? I hate this base, by the way. I fucking hate this base. I hate this whole place. I want to burn it all to the ground. Yo, where's the fucking cable? Okay, cable machines. Cable machines all... Well, that's interesting. You'll hate this entire playthrough after you start your second run. Nah, I already get that feeling. I already get that because every time I move to make a new base, I hate the previous one. Right? I was just like, ah, I fucking hate it. What a noob. What a shit job. Piece of shit. There's still some MK4s here. Just that section? Okay. I mean, okay. Right, okay, so the problem may never have been that I wasn't making enough cable. The problem may have always been that I wasn't able to move the cable around the factory fast enough. Because when I built it, I didn't even have MK5s as options. But I need MK5s now. So I guess we're just going around putting MK5s everywhere. Okay, wherever they come down, we also need MK5s. Holy shit, there's more wire being made over here. There's a second separate wire area. Well, we still haven't run into a problem of running out of ingots, so... Ahem. There we go. Faster wire again. But this wasn't where I upgraded the wire from before. So I imagine wherever I upgraded the wire from before also doesn't have MK5 belts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be backing up like this. Especially since that box isn't empty, right? That box isn't full, rather. Yep. Look at that. 5's the whole way along. 4 right there. Let's start with that. That's a 5, so that's better. Oh, look at that, actually. Still a little bit of stuttering, but that's a lot quicker. Have you ever buried that first base in concrete? No. No, it's fully... It's actually still providing me things that I'm using. It's actually fully operational still. I'd like... I just... Okay, that's a 5. And that's a 5. And that's a 5. Like, for instance, all my copper sheets. Okay, so those are 5s the whole way, and we already checked the way out. Ah, and now we're generating more cable than we're using. Maybe not, though. I mean, it actually looks like whatever's getting supplied here with cable is already getting enough cable. Because that's stopping anyway. Okay. Sorry, with wire is already getting enough wire. And so the next step is to re-find again where the fucking cable is. Where is the fucking cable? Cable. So this was my first attempt at an organized base. No, this is my first attempt at a large base. And then the next place, the place I'm like actively building now, is when I realized that this wasn't large and it was way too cramped. And large means actually quite a bit bigger than this. And preferably less cramped. Oh, that's fine. That's just a little sticky outlet that doesn't need to be there. Well, fucked if I know where. I've lost the cable. But But all my crystal oscillator machines now have cable. All my crystal oscillator machines now have cable. Which should mean that all of our radio control units now have crystal oscillators. I mean, 6, but that's okay. It'll be slow to catch up. As long as you gain a single crystal oscillator. Don't do it. Don't you do it to me. You gain a crystal oscillator before this construction finishes. Preferably before it hits around 70%. Uh-oh. Hey! Right around 70%. That was exactly when I expected that one to gain a crystal oscillator. If I'm right, it should now gain a crystal oscillator around like 55%-ish, somewhere around there. Oh, it was actually closer to 40. Okay, cool. That means it's catching up. Okay, problem solved. For now. Until somehow we come back and it's like magically not solved again. All right, let's go back home. Did you receive a golden ticket? Do you mean a golden nut? Or are you talking about ExileCon? ExileCon? So I don't know what's happening. The first time ExileCon happened, when I was like a 15 viewer streamer, I got the Ultra VIP ticket given to me. The second time, when I was a lot bigger, but only around like a 60 to 80, I got a VIP ticket. This time, when playing PoE, I averaged 400 to 500. They offered me a normal ticket, just a standard entry ticket. I don't know. As I get bigger, I'm getting less. I don't know what's going on. Free is free. Free is free. But I want a VIP ticket. And they're also not able to, like, bridge the gap. Or be like, hey, whoops. No, come back. I meant to stop you first. Yeah. That's what I was like. I was like, but I'm going to be getting a VIP ticket. Is there any chance you could like help cover that? And they were like, we can't actually do that. We don't have the, we can give you a normal one, but we can't help you buy a VIP one. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I just pay for my own ticket. I don't know. Stop. Okay, well, we fixed our bunged radio control units. Unfortunately, that will take a little while to make it over here. Right, the radio control units make the thermal things. It's a shame, but at least you got the offer. Yeah, and look, here's the thing. I don't deserve anything for free. I don't need anything for free. It's perfectly fine to have to pay for it myself. I would not complain about that. I'm not going to. What's weird is that the more successful I get, the less recognition I'm getting, which is an odd thing. That's just an odd thing. I find it very odd. That's all. It's not a problem. I'm fine. I'll pay for myself. I'm just weirded out by it. Right? Well, they don't base those decisions based on who needs the help. They base those decisions based on who they need to be there. They clearly don't need me to be there, which is fine.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers.
Okay, relax. It's not that bad. Ah. No, that guy's funny. That guy's funny, and it's unintentionally funny because that guy was fully serious. He, like, with his whole chest believed that. Okay, so moving on. Next part of the base. So let's see, we've actually built this bit all the way up to there. So we've got heavy modular frames done, right? We just did, we've got all the steel pipe done, and we've now got all the quick wire done. We have no quartz. Should get VIP tickets. Hey, listen, I don't care about if they take out a fucking loan. I'm getting a VIP ticket. So I will need to provide 180 quartz. I can't justify a VIP ticket this time. I think I can't not. And also it's all tax for me. It's all like that's a tax write-off. The whole thing, including the VIP ticket, is a tax write-off. So I don't think I can justify not getting a VIP ticket. Right? Wait, are you both going? Are you both going? Probably. Please assist me in finding a hotel that isn't shit this time. Something close, it's not trash. Because, but for your last time, yeah, and last time I stayed at a nice hotel. At the time before that, when you didn't assist me, I stayed in fucking garbage land. We all stayed in garbage land. Wouldn't you just book the same one? Honestly, it was great. It was close. Yeah. I made offers people didn't. Yeah, okay, but you were like behind the whole group. Like we were all talking about it. We were all figuring out what hotel. And then we all booked. And then you came in late to the party after the booking and was like, I'm going to this one instead. And like, you guys should cancel and change your booking to here. And we're like, no, we're done now. And then I was fine with everything until like day 3 of us being there, when for some reason, I can't remember what, I went back to your hotel with you for something. I don't know. I didn't get laid, but we went back to your hotel room for something. And then I was like, oh man, this is so much better. Maybe you were first, but you didn't tell us until after we'd already decided and booked as a group. Like maybe you'd already booked separately, but like from the group's perspective, you weren't involved in the conversation of where to go until after we'd already booked. Like you may have booked before us, but you didn't tell us about it until the end, after. And we were all just like, I'm not changing anything. We're done here. We've made our decisions. And towards the end of April, March, April, 2 months. Nice. Make some space. We'll do something. I don't know what. I don't know if it's just lunch or something, but something. Okay, so this is overwhelming. This is going to the Australian Zoo one day. It's not even that good of a zoo. Even if you're into zoos, it's not that good of a zoo. All right, let's say. So, I guess I want to keep making this part until it's finished. So we need to go down this road. So everything to there is made. So this is our next building. We need to make quick wire stators. Excuse me, we'll need 6 machines. They need pipe and wire. So with the Craggy family, it is, and it used to be a fantastic zoo. Let's just show you what you built. Yes, that's exactly what I want. I want to be able to be like, click green, and like it just gets like a green border, right? That's exactly what I want. I just want to be like tick green, tick green, tick green, tick green, tick green, tick green. I mean, like, I can do that, but it would be better if just right clicking on it just had a tick box. right? Like, and then would make the border green. C for completed. I mean, that'll work, but it would be better to have like a tick box for done and have it change the border to green to be like done. Holy fucking balls. This bitch needs nearly 40 machines. Where's it all going? Oh god, it's going up there. Okay, so if we clock these 150 even. Yeah, that's fine. 25, and one of them gets slightly overclocked. I mean, it's not fine though. What if they go to 200? Then we're making 19 machines. What if they go to 250? Now we're making 15 machines. Honestly, fuck them. Just have no clock speed. It's so many anyway. We might as well just make fucking 38 machines. They're blueprinted. Who cares? We got space. I might as well make 38 machines. And it looks like we're making that one and that one next. Like these are our our next two buildings. Because I'm just going sort of down the list. So I've finished automating heavy modular frames, which are one of the 4 ingredients to go down. So the next one I'm gonna automate is the automated wiring. And then we'll come down to one of these other two, either computers or that one, whichever one I've built the most infrastructure for already. We'll just, you know. Oh no. Why is that red? Oh no, what happened? Where are my AI limiters? Wait, no. When did that happen? No, there was no spot before. Oh no, what happened? Oh god, oh god. We were gonna do plastic AI limiters, but they need quick wire. Oh, I hope I haven't fucked up. I'm sure that this was already part of the original plan, but since that affects my quick wire, we do need to double check that we've got enough quick wire still. It's only a little bit of extra. It should still be fine on... Okay, so the inputs would still be fine. But did I make enough quick wire machines? I actually need... Let's round that up. 2263. 2263. 2263. 2263. Did I make enough? So that would require 25 machines and a little bit. And it's this area here, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then another 8, which is 16. And then another 8, which is 24. And we actually need 25.14. And we have 24. So we need 114% extra. And it has to be split in the copper that's coming in. So let's do the overclocking on the top floor because it'll be the easiest. Yeah. And then we'll do these two machines that are next to each other. So if I need 114% more, I've got, somebody double check my math as we go here. I have 24 machines. I need 24.14 machines. That is 1.14 machines too little. So 1.14 divided by 2 means I have to overclock 2 machines by 57%. I have to do 2 machines separately because they're coming in with different, exactly half of the ingots each, and they're split there. So unfortunately, it does mean I have to use 2 power shards per machine to get to 57%. But that should do it. Does anyone know if Ildris is going to the con? Last I heard, he was leaning towards no this time. No. Trust it. Okay, that should be fine. That one and that one, so separately, they're both overclocked. Yeah, I can trust it. Provided there aren't any more little fucking red squares that I forgot to put in. There are not. Okay, fantastic. Wait. The fuck? You're making AI limiters over there. You connect to that one. That don't need to be 2 different buildings. That shouldn't change the math. I just had AI limiters listed twice, but they weren't building those ones. There's no need for them to be 2 different buildings though. Good. That did not change the math at all. There's just, you know, there's no need to have 2 different buildings making plastic AI limiters. Autism enforcer? Yo. Okay, so with all of those completed, I think we'll leave the cables. The cable is the other big one. So maybe I actually do the cable next. I do have all this space still to build out wherever, whatever I want. The cable's the other really big set of machines, but it doesn't actually require the largest amount of quick wire. I would almost rather that the largest amount of quick wire was closest to the quick wire, and it also requires cable. So I think that building will go like there-ish. God damn it. That is unfortunate. Okay. I will be back in a moment. Damn it. Beef again. No. No. Alright, where was I up to? We were gonna build starting from the top to the bottom, so we're gonna go with this one next, which will require only 6 machines to make 45 stators per minute. Okay. Where else is steel pipe going? Yo, actually, where else is steel pipe going? Am I using all the steel pipe already? Is this the last? I think it's the last one. I would have pinged in Discord by now, but I'm back. So I think this is the last building that's going to use steel pipe also. And the first building that's going to use our wire. Cool. In that case, first building that's going to use our wire. Last building that's going to use our steel pipe, and we need 6 of them, which is an unfortunate amount for our blueprints. But if we do 3 a level, then we should be able to do that fine. Honestly, let's just do all of them. Let's just do all of them on 1 level. You don't need 2 levels. First rule, first thing always, take power. Take power. Take power. And whenever it's sitting there, add power to that. Take it from there. Many routes of power is fine. I'm gonna cook base. I'm tempted to use a save editor to do it. I think building on a save editor is bad, but I think if you want to delete an entire base and start again, I'm okay with using a save editor to just select this whole section and just delete. That doesn't really, like, technically it's cheating, but like it just takes so long to deconstruct an entire base. Fuck is space engineers? Okay, that kind of looks cool. Cheap too. I don't, that does kind of look cool. Okay, so we're essentially going to make 6 stator machines. They are made in assemblers. Gonna make them right here. Gonna go to my assemblers. Okay, there's those connected. Those all connect on this side. Ah, go away. You connect to that one. You connect to that one. Why are you guys further away? Okay. New train station backwards to another 3 hours trying to fix a new train. The signals are wrong. Replace the station. Now works. I've done that too. I have done that also. Okay. Okay, now they're all connected, and now you are all going to make status. Quick wire status. Ta-da! Now, I don't need a full 6. I need 5.63 to make a grand total of 45 status per minute. Okay, just 5 per minute. I mean, you say 6.3. But I only need... I mean, we'll just follow that, I guess. Okay. So we got all those. So NU needs to go steel pipe and quick wire. So quick wire is going to go on the top. Which means almost certainly my steel pipe, let's do that first, is going to come in here. Now we have to make sure that this line comes off the new steel pipe and not the old steel pipe. So we were making a ton of steel pipe before, but that machine, that factory is running, even though this factory is different. That one right there. That one right here. This is the one. This one right here. This is the one. I want to steal from this line and go over there. So we'll take a splitter right away Fantastic. Cool. Steel pipe from the new line. Now, I want to get it all the way over there. This looks relatively simple. I'm just going to come under here and under here. Yep, that should be fine. Ooh, even easier. I could steal steel pipe from just right there. Maybe I don't even have to run a new line. I guess the question is this steel pipe coming from the right place? Or is this an old steel pipeline? That is an old steel pipeline. We do not want to take from that steel pipes. It looks easier, but it is not, and it would cause a whole lot of problems. We actually want to come out a new steel pipeline. Okay, steel pipe into the machine. However, we now have a very large problem. Which is I have to work out exactly how I'm going to organize all of our cat wire. So let's see. Quick wire. We have 2,263. Right, so that is basically 3 lines. It has to be 3 separate lines. Each line will have 754 on it. 0.3, but whatever. Okay. So 756, which is ever so slightly more than 1 line, is going to go straight there. All right, so we're gonna have to do the same shenanigans we did before, which is run 3 full lines to the ceiling, right? Where we can do some organization, because that's what this bullshit is right here. This is 3 lines into 4 lines out, I think, which might be the same thing that happens again. Just to give me something. Just throwing that down so I don't get confused, because I'm going to be running 3 full lines up to the top here again. Okay, so this is where they all finish. First line's the easiest. We'll just take one and put it straight up. Alright, that's one line of quick wire. The next one, however, has to come over a little. So that goes up there. And the next one has to go up there, which is in line with the middle of that tile that way, and one to the left. Unfortunately, this tile doesn't have those fucking things. So let's see if I can... One to the left of the center, so that should be there. Perfect. Nope, not far enough. Okay, sure. So I'm actually going to need to put you a little further away. Yep. Just going to make you go that way. More. And the last one is gonna not work there at all. So you're gonna have to come out in line with maybe like here. I think that'll work. Oh, well, not there, obviously. But there, but not like that though. Oh, you don't get to make it to the top? That's actually super rude. Because there's nowhere to line that up properly, let's say that line. Now let's go there to that hole I just made. Perfect. Boom. Okay, 3 lots of quick wire that come out. Trying to line that up. Cool. We've got you there, you there, and you will come out just there, so there's enough room for all of you. Okay. A little bit messy, but that's okay. Because from here on, you're going to need some splitters and mergers. So I'm just going to make sure that these are all perfectly straight from here, perfectly straight from there. He is not obeying the laws of physics. There's actually a gravity well, just a little tiny miniature gravity well, in the bottom of the coffee cup. So that no matter what I do, the coffee stays perfect. Can't drink it then? A little button on the bottom that your pinky finger's on, so when you bring it to your mouth, you press it, temporarily shuts off the gravity well so you can drink it. Shit. The thing that I just did might not work. Because these are not 3 even lines. These are not 3 even lines. It looks like 3 even lines, but that's not true. That's not true because I overclocked only 2 machines for the copper coming in. But they're both on the same line on the way out. These 2. Now that would be okay so long as they all fit on the same line and I track it. That would be fine. So that'd be 90 a minute times 8. Should be 90 times 8 is 720. I can only fit an extra 60 on this line. Even 2 machines overclocked to 50% is too much. Okay. So, let's take those back out again. Damn it, can I undo what I just did? Control Z, Control Z. Ah, fuck. Does anyone remember what percent those were at just then? There's 150 something. It's 1.14. Okay, so we need 1.14 extra machines. Right, which put 2 of them at 47%, 57%. But that's not good enough because I need all 3 lines to be equal coming out. And they're done per floor. But I also need the ore to be equal coming in. Which means if I'm going to overclock, I actually need to overclock the center 2 machines, 1 from each ore, on each level by the same amount. So that means that it isn't divided by 2. It's divided by 6 because I need to do the same on each floor, which is only 19% overclock per machine. So each machine gets 1 and goes 119. uses 2 more power shards this way, but you know, it also keeps things at a far more manageable number. Okay, that's better. Right, so now all 3 of those work, and all 3 of them bring out the exact same number of wire, which is, let's call that 2263. Is 754.3 per line. Just a little tiny reminder for myself. $754.3 per belt. Okay, so now I can try and deal with whatever I need to deal with from 3 equal numbers. So back to the satisfactory modeler. Okay. One of you needs to have ever so slightly more, and you're going to one single place. So we're going to make that the center line, because it's going to get the overflow from both lines, which will only be like a little bit. Shit, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to do a flow on over. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a flow on. Like, what do you call it? Like a flow on, thing. I don't know what to call it. Fuck, it needs to be 4 lines. It needs to be 4 lines before I can deal with it. Okay, how do I make this 4 lines? How do I make this 4 even lines before we deal with any boxes or anything? I need to go 3 lines into 4 lines before fucking with it. So that means everything needs to go through a splitter that puts it into 2 lines, right? And then 2 more splitters to put it into 4 lines. We can't merge them all. Our maximum belt capacity is 780, and there's already 754 per belt right now. But to deal with them going out, I need 4 lines, because then I can overflow from there. So just, I might have to neaten this up in a minute, but like, this goes 2 ways, right? And then that goes 2 ways, right? And then this one, and this one, and this one, and this one are all equal amounts. And that's 4 out. So I have to do the exact same 4-way split to each of these and then merge one line from each of them, from each 3 of them back together. Right? So this line gets split 4 ways. But then I have to merge one of them and one of them and one of them. That's too much. I'm merging and splitting too much. Am I doing too much work here? Three into 4. I mean, that's the only way to get 3 into 4, though. But here's the thing, if I'm merging... Okay. Right. No. Yeah. So if I'm... Right. Because at the end, all 3 of these are equal. And at the end, I need to merge each 3 into 1. So actually it doesn't matter. These 3 could be merged back into 1 right here. Right? And that would still be one of my equal lines. But now this one has to go somewhere else. And if I do the same thing on this side, do the same split, then we end up with 4. 3 can be merged into 1. Something has to go somewhere else. And then this one, I do the same thing. Merge it into 4. 3 of them get merged together. 1 has to go somewhere else. And the one that goes somewhere else from each line is the 4th line. Okay, so how to make this fucking neat? How do we even attempt to make this neat? I wish you would get rid of the conveyor poles when you delete the belt for the... Like, why is it like that? Just delete the poles. Okay, so you're gonna need a lot of room. But essentially, I wish I had something to diagram this out. Okay, so splitter, which will split 2 ways. And then another splitter that'll split 2 ways. Right? And then another splitter that'll split 2 ways. So we've got the 1 into 2 and the 2 into 4. So if we go a merger here, facing that way, let's say. Right? Then we go 1, 2, and 3. That is our finished line. This is the one that needs to go somewhere else. So finished line, that's 1 of 4. This one has to go somewhere else. Do 3 splitters stacked, then 2 sets of 3 stacked, and then 4 stacks of 3 merges. If the bottom merges facing forward in the 2 in opposite directions, they can merge down. Ooh. Sounds like it's gonna get confusing. This bit's correct as far as I'm concerned. This is now one line that goes out. I have one line successful. And this is the free merger that has to merge back into a new one. Right? 50-50. 50-50. There's 3 lines that go back into a merger. And this is the splitter that comes back. Okay. So now I have to do the same thing again. Right. So you're saying instead of doing this 4 different times and trying to lay it out, essentially, I'm going to stack this process on top of itself, and it's just the end merger ones that that need to be like dealt with, because I can just do it on top. I don't hate that. Let's do it. So somewhere you can all get to would be a good starting spot, right? You can all get to here, let's say. So 3 pipes have to go into 3 different sets of splitters. They all face that way. Cool. Those are going to split out the sides, both sides. So I'm going to go forward a little bit so there's like a bit of room, because we've got space up here. Right? Split, split, split. That'll be all 3 of them split into 4. That'll be all 3 of them split into 4. Right? So in theory, now we go straight, because you do that, we go straight. And you do that, and we go straight, and you do that, which doesn't even click over itself. Yeah, this is way better stacking it on top of each other, instead of trying to work out what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, so you're all now split into 4. All of them. As long as I don't put 3 off any of these, right? This is a 50-50. Now, 2 of these, but 3. Okay. All right, we're halfway there. 3 of them lead in, they get split in half, they get split into quarters. Now, merges need to happen is the next step, where I need 3 to merge into 1. Which presumably I actually need to come out forward, so you'll have to be in front there. We'll have to do 3 times, right? Yeah, essentially that'll be 3 of them, and then I'll only have to deal with the excess. So if I go let's go 1 like this, goes in, right? And 1 like that goes in. each one of you needs 2 lines in. No, each one of you needs 3 lines in. So there's 3 there. If you face the middle on the top left. Oh, hang on, let's deal with those real quick. Okay, so there's still 3 empties. Right, because all of you need 3 final products. Okay, so they all come in, they get halved. They all come in and they get halved again. Each of these mergers now have 2. Each of those mergers need to have 3. So if I was just to connect these 3, 1, 2, 3, those 3 mergers would be correct. There'd be 3 left, but they'd all come from this side. It's not ideal. Actually it's fine, right? Isn't that fine? Isn't that fine? If I just do that, that's 1, 2, 3, and then I just grab a merger. Right? And then one, 2, 3. I'm now done, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one of them has 3 in-leading lines from one of the lines of splitters. I'm good, I think. Now, if I want them to look even remotely organized, we need a point at which they all become straight lines on the floor, which is hopefully going to be done like this. It just looks like you built a kids fort. I mean, yeah, but did I not just, now I have 4 flat lines on the floor to draw from that are all equal. That is probably messy, but I have built 4 equal lines. I can make them prove that. Surely I won't need running a power at my nuclear plant today, and I'm already at 800 out of 1,000 on nuclear pasta. Okay, but don't you need the nuclear pasta to make things in phase 9? Okay, so real quick, how the fuck many do I have per line here now? Should be a bit more of a manageable number. Should put this in the back here so I can remember. So it was 754.3. Well, we don't even have to do that actually. We just look right here and we divide it by 4 instead. 2263. I'm calling that 63. 2263. So 2263 divided by 4 means 565.75 per belt. Okay. Sweet Jesus, look at this fucking monster. I mean, it worked though. That's just to rebalance 3 lines into 4 lines. I feel like what I should have done instead is just cut every one of these lines halfway down and just made 6 lines and just dealt with it from there. But I've done it now. So the problem is, or the problem was, wires going to so many different places. And the only way that I can think of to make it split the correct way is to send too much wire to many different places and then have a smart splitter with overflow flow in the extras from any lines that go out, all flowing into the same line. So there'll be one line that doesn't get cut, right? One line that does not get cut, and it's going to be the 756 that I need. And then I send too much in every other direction and have all the overflow merge into the one that doesn't get cut. And that way it should take the excess from every other line and merge it all into one single line that has the amount that I need on it. Because I needed one that takes more than a whole floor, but not quite a full belt. So I couldn't just like load up a full belt and send it that way. I mean, I probably could have, but I think it's better this way. It literally only needed 2 extra though. But either way, I've done my first lot of load balancing bullshit. Whew. Okay, so we're just gonna pick one and say that one right there is the line that isn't gonna get cut. We're gonna merge stuff into it, and it's gonna be the final line to go out. So let's make you just doing that. There. You're the final one. Actually, you're the furthest away. from everyone else, which means you'll get way easier access to all the merges. So you're the final line that doesn't go out. And the one line I'm sending right now is, what did I just set up? This one, which only needs 374. We've got how much per? Going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So technically we go to 5 different places. Do 2 of these places fit on the same line? Please tell me 2 of these places fit on the same line. Please tell me 2 of these fit on the same line. 565. Nope. You're a piece of shit. You're an absolute piece of shit. Okay. Does that mean I did it wrong? No, it just means we cascade our way down. All right. Okay. That should be fine. We head New Zealand way for ExxonCon and casino shenanigans. I won't be visiting a casino, but yes. Okay, so here's my plan. I send the first line over to make stators. It will take 337.5 off that line. I then put a smart splitter on this line to merge it into the second line so that there's enough. Right? Of which we send the second line to, let's say the second highest one, assemblers. And then we put a smart splitter on the second line to merge the overflow onto the third line. And on the third line, we go out this way and we build the Caterium circuit boards from the third line. And on the third line, we put another overflow smart splitter that splits the excess of everything into the fourth line, which will end up with the most amount, which should be 756. And that last line heads this way. Except I missed one. Right. Okay, so first step is you take 337, right? And then we merge the leftovers from this one into a new line. That new line will handle both of these because it will have like 700 something on it, low 700s. So it'll handle both of those and it'll have a little bit of overflow. Then we move on. Do they let you do the poker machines, or can you only go to the bar? Honestly, they didn't stop me when I used poker machines, and they didn't stop me when I went to the roulette table, which was just me sniffing them out. And then I went to sit down at a poker table, and that's when I was just within 45 seconds. Within 45 seconds, there was like a very large Samoan man either side of me with their hand on my shoulder. So apparently I'm allowed in the building, but don't sit down at a card table. It is what it is. Are you banned from gambling? Apparently. Counting cards is not that hard. honestly, I didn't think that they would know about it in New Zealand the first time I went to ExileCon, and Zizarin invited me to the casino, and at the time I'm like a 14 viewer streamer on PoE, my main game. So like Ziz inviting me to the casino, I was like, yo, like fucking cool, let's go. I'm like, I'm in New Zealand, they're never gonna know. They know. They know. Oops. So center any, left overflow. Right. Then this becomes a merger. I have no idea. Was it some incident? It was too much to pry. When I was very young, like 19 or something. I'm surprised they still care. First of all, casinos at the time, at least where I live, were only using 4 decks in their machines, which made counting possible. And I may have gone to the Crown Royal and been counting cards, and because I thought I was smart, I thought I was, you know, keeping my winnings relatively limited. I walked out with like 15 grand or something. And they were not pleased about that. So they did stop me, and they were like, we know you're counting cards. And I was like, okay, my bad. And they're like, you're banned from gambling. I was like, oh, fuck. and then that's it. I didn't go back again. But when the next time I went into a casino was in New Zealand, like more than 10 years later, and I was like, whatever, I got banned in Australia, they're not gonna fucking know here. No, they do. Turns out like, they do know, and I got kicked out of a casino in front of Ziz. Whoops. Oops daisy, my bad. Okay, so what I'd actually like to do is send the first bit here. So I think we should make that next, because that's like our second highest line. I take 300 off 500. Part of a database, yeah. It's fine. So in short, I can go to a casino. I'm just not allowed to sit down at a card table. They'll let me in the building. What surprises me is that, like, I'm in another country and it's more than a decade later. I don't look the same. I'm in another country more than a decade later. I don't look the same. And did they see your ID? Yeah, I mean, you have to scan an ID to go in. But like, no one looked twice. No one glanced at me. I didn't think I was being watched at all. I tested the waters by like walking around, and, you know, I did a little bit of the slot machines, and I did a little bit of the roulette table, and was like, well, no one's here to stop me. I'm gonna go sit down and play cards with Ziz, because that's cool. And then, nope, absolutely the fuck not. You don't get to do that, buddy. Whoops. Okay, well, so I have to math this out real quick. So with 565 a line, if I go to here first, minus, let's say I take 337.5. That gives me 228.25. So now, if I added that, nope, that's more than a belt. See the problem? I can't just add the overflow in to the next belt. I need to use more to do that. I thought that would be the problem. So I can't take it from a 337 line. What if I do AI limiters first? Like, let's say I take 405 away. I mean, that will definitely be okay. And then if the second one should be able to provide both of these. Fuck, will it though? If you're just appearing in search for Path of Exile content, even though you're playing Satisfactory right now, I think my entire channel is tagged as Path of Exile. Oh god, moving this amount of quick wire without the top mark belt is really fucking awkward. Wait, what happened with the casino stuff? I just explained it. I'm looking at way more than P right now. I'm with you. So what's 337.5 plus 382.75? Can I run both of them off one line? Let's have a look. 337.5 plus 282. No. Need 620. There's only 560 coming off each, so we're gonna have to run one thing and then merge to be able to run two more things. But the thing that I have to run will have to be higher okay. So if I want the first line to back up, then it actually has to be the second highest required one first. RSV blows. I don't know what RSV is. The casinos don't like that. Here's the thing though. I couldn't card count anymore. Like when I was doing that, I was 19. Casinos were using either 2 or 4 decks total per machine, and a lot of people were dealing by hand. Now they use like 8 to 10, which is like, it's like exponentially harder every time you use an extra deck, and they're happening on a machine, not a person. And it's like, it's not a thing that I could do anymore. Like you almost need a computer brain to do it now. Not like you would almost need a computer to do it now. I couldn't even card count there if I wanted to, but like I got caught fucking nearly 20 years ago, and like now I don't know, never get to sit at a card table again. Okay. Like I couldn't even do it now. All right, we're starting with this one. So we're gonna have to make a building for circuit boards, uses plastic and quick wire. That's gonna have to be our first run. So in order to separate our buildings, let's do the same thing we did there. Bring a regular ticket or VIP? VIP. Okay, first of all, I made like 15 grand total. That's not like, it's not that 15 grand is not a lot. I'd fucking love 15 grand, but I think the bigger concern was, well, if he can do this now, then he's going to come back next week and make another 15, and then he's going to come back next week and make another 15, and then he's going to come back next week and make another. And I was that was 100% the plan. I fully was intended on doing that. Actually, we don't want those there. Who knows it before that? Oh no, it was definitely during that. Request that anyone can get the cards back. I mean, I'm innocent in the way that I didn't do anything like wrong. Maybe it wouldn't have lasted you very long. No, that's why I wanted to do it every week, but I got caught on my first weekend. I wanted to do it every week, and then I got caught the first day I went. Okay, so if I need to make essentially 13, we'll call it 14 machines. Let you keep the winnings the first time. Yeah, they can't take it off you. There's nothing illegal. Card counting isn't illegal. You've not like broken any laws. There's nothing they can do about it when they catch you. Like, they have to pay you out, but they're also allowed to refuse service for any reason, which is what they do, because they can just say, well, you've done nothing illegal, so we can't do anything about it. but you don't get to play. You're done now, because they can just do that, which is what they did. Yeah, they've got the right to refuse service to anybody for any reason at all. And they don't like it when you card count. So if you do that, then they'll remove service. They'll refuse service to you. Why would that not line up, but that one does? What's your problem? That's better. Okay, so this is our building for circuit boards. We're going to say 14, which is well, 13 actually. So 13 of these over 2 floors is, well, it's 1 floor of 7 and 1 floor of 6. Which is awfully annoying. That's fine. Alright, 2 floors, so assemblers. Yeah, it would almost be better that way. Yeah, if I want 1 floor of 7 and 1 floor of 6, but I'm almost certainly nudging that one over a little bit. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's actually 8. If I do 8 and 4, that's fine, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It'd be 8 and 5. Cool. We're going to do 8 and 5. No, we're not. They don't fit nicely. It's not neat. It doesn't fit inside the thing. So we're just going to get rid of half of one of them. Half of one of these blueprints is gone. Okay, I didn't think of their actual laws about it. It's funny that Wikipedia almost gives a whole tutorial on how card counting works. It's really not that fucking hard either. Like, read it. Like, at a casino, it's a lot harder now, but it's really just +1, -1. Like if you can add it in just a normal game with like your friends or like whatever, if you can add 1 and take away 1, if you've got the mental capability to track a number and +1 and -1, that's it. You can card count. That's it. You can card count. That's it. That's the whole fucking thing. Take one of them. Put it up here. Take that. Add power. Take that. Add power. Fantastic. So we needed 13 machines. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we just need 6 more. Yep. Perfect. What the fuck? Cool. That's 6. Now, one of you needs to operate at only 86%, and it's going to be someone from the first row. Maybe this guy right at the end. And you all need to be making Deuterium circuit boards. And you're gonna run at 86% and the rest at 100. Cool, there's power for that line. There's power for that line. And now we just take power from underneath and hook it up to wherever the cleanest looking nubbin is. Boom, that whole line has power. Damn it. Get under there. Yoink that one. And hook it up to whatever the cleanest looking nubbin is. That one? Or that one? That one. Okay, they've all got power. So, plastic is easy. Wire is annoying. Well, the first bit of wire, I want to come from the first thing. So, you're the one. Where exactly am I going to send you down though? Because you need to go down and under and come back up. So honestly, probably like there. If you'll let me make a turn that tight. I don't know if you will or not. Yes. Fantastic. Damn it. These lifts need to move further. So there, let's count them. 1 tile, 2 tile, 3 tile. In between the 3 and 4, just to the right of the seam. One tile, 2 tile, 3 tile, in between the 3 and 4, just to the right of the seam. Yeah, that should let me go all the way down in one go. Click in that one, and then going, there it is. Click. Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so that's where you come down, but you're gonna come up over here where my new building is, and you're gonna come up exactly where? I think you have to be this far out. Then a splitter that goes right there. That'll be fine. In you go. And then, not quite. Okay, sure. Be like that, I guess. Ta-da. Up you go. Up you go. Fantastic. Yeah, we hook that one up first because it takes a fuckload more quick wire than it does plastic, but plastic also has to come over here. Now, plastic is not limited anywhere, so I can take it off any plastic line that I can get my fucking grubby little hands on. Anywhere. Is there any plastic coming in close to here? There is no plastic coming in close to where I want it, which is fine. I'll make my own plastic line, that is, which I'll do from right here. Split straight off the main line. So we're just gonna take a regular splitter, honestly. You're gonna have to be fucking down here somewhere. Okay, we're gonna have to pump that first, so I would love it if the plastic could go about here. Yeah, that should work. That's still one off, isn't it? Nope, that's correct. Fantastic. Out you go, buddy. So, like that. All the way to the top, all the way to the top. Yeah, nice. Chuck a hole in. Chuck a hole in. Chuck a hole in. No need for that because you're going to come from underneath. So that can go like that. Then you need a splitter. I'm going to go one off the ground because I don't trust vertical splitters to work. And I would like to have access to the bottom of it whenever possible. Casino stories again. It's just the one. I don't know why it's that interesting, but the top locations in the world. What's the call? Oh. I mean, edge sorting isn't exactly card counting. Like, those are decently different things. Alright, well, I need a base. Hold. Down, 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 down. Shim and him stealing from the poor casinos? Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. First of all, the casinos deserve it. That to run all the way over to where that blue is. Boom. And then we're gonna split off that line. This poor casino owner is working all of those hours. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't think I'd feel way bad. I'd feel way more bad stealing from my local drug dealer. That person's like they're providing a service. You can go to plastic. You can go to plastic. So where your plastic? Oh, gross. That's right. I gotta fix these blueprints. They sometimes don't connect. Just in little bits. Also, when I told my dealer that it was really fucking up my life and that I really needed to like not, and then a month later I went back to my dealer because I didn't have enough strength in me to stay away, he actually went, "No, fuck you, you can't have shit." And I was like, "What the fuck do you mean?" He was like, "I'm not giving you anything." You've been away a month. That's a good run. You get to keep it going. You can't have any. A casino would never. A casino would never. Yeah. Okay, circuit boards. C for completed. Okay, now real quick, because this one isn't going to last very long before it turns itself off. We just quickly throw one of these down to check how much it's using. Really, right? Coffee, I'm gonna raid. How you doing? When this is done calibrating, it should be using like 482. If it's not, something's wrong. It's not. But they're all running. Oh, it's gone up. Okay. Oh, it's taken a little bit to average out. I'd say it's gonna be correct. I'm gonna trust my own math and just say it's definitely gonna be correct. I trust me. Okay, so let's do a little bit of math again. The one I just completed is done. Which, where is it? Where'd it go? No. There. Okay, and it's using 482. Right? So if I take 482 away from, so let's say 565.75 minus 482 equals 83.75. So there is 83.75 left on that line. So now, if I take 565.75, which will be the next line, and I add 83.75, that means the next one has 649.5 on it. Which is fine. 649.5. Now, what can I do with that? Can I do two things? Because that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to do two things. I'm pretty sure both of those will fit on that next line on its own. On their own. So let's see. So I would need 282.27 plus 337.5 plus 337.5 equals 619. I have 649. So fantastic. Okay, so that's what we want to do. We want to take this line and we want to send it to do both stators and cable. The quick wire cable and stators. Both. So stators, I think I already half set up. So I guess we first run down the stator area, which I think is here. I think you're doing status. I think this is your job. It is. Requires stator alternate recipe. Cool. Alright, this is the correct place. So first, let's just power you up. Cool. They should all start taking in the steel pipes, which they do. Fantastic. Which means I now need quick wire to come over here, which is going to be pretty simple because there's only one row of you, which there is. Fantastic. So I can go back here. You're an outie. And no chance to make a big deal about it. It's actually crazy that you didn't get a chance to like show off or like share the 100. It feels like you got ripped off a little bit. Right? I feel ripped off Twitch debated me. They very much did. Like that feels wrong. Like it feels like you've been done. You've been done had. Okay, we're gonna go. Yeah, that close should do it. So 2 full tiles and in. Right, so beginning of the 3rd tile, right of the seam. Beginning of the 3rd tile, right of the seam. Perfect. I'm going to take another smart splitter. I'm going to put it right here on this line. There. Right? We're just going to go any left overflow. Perfect. Which means you're going to take that overflow. So we're taking most of this line. Well, we're taking like 2/3 of that line. Probably closer to like 75%. And then merging what's left here into this line. Out of this second line, we're taking close to 90%, but not all of it. Just close to 90%. And then we're going to merge it onto this line. Why won't you line up like that? Wow. Why don't you line up? There we go. So center any, left overflow, center any, left overflow. You see, I mean, gross in it. You muttered the ancient spell. Talk. It's great. All right, so that'll be the third line, which will not go to our highest grossing area. Our highest grossing area, which is the manufacturer that's going to make high-speed connectors. It has to take the final line. Because the final line is its whole entire line plus the leftover of everything else. And it doesn't need any more encouragement. You'd be surprised at how much extra encouragement I could use. It's not been great recently. I actually appreciate that quite a bit. Okay, so not our highest progression line. This place was going to 2 lines, which is going to be cable and status. Okay, we're going to do the status first, and then I'm going to just remember that this same line is going to go make cable. The same line. So you come down. You go immediately into a splitter because you're going to go make cable and status. Now status is just there. So we get to do one of them real quick because it's like literally already prepared. And ta-da, you make status. Fantastic. Like an XRCon so bad, but not gonna be able to swing it this year. I've been putting a little tiny bit aside in a separate account ever since I got home from last XRCon. It's not a lot. It's not enough for the whole trip. But there's like 1,500 in there that I just never touched because I've just been putting like a little tiny bit away every single week, every single month since last ExileCon to make sure that when next ExileCon came up, I'd be able to be like, we're good. I'm here. I can go. Okay, so the next thing up is cable. So let's look at where the cable goes. The cable goes to where the last quick wire section goes, the most expensive line. So that's the quick wire. Okay, so I actually think what I want to do here is come out the 2.5 again. Right? fuck? How dare you? Make that little block right there, and then we're just gonna snap you in, and that is our walkway. And now, so much fucking cable, holy balls. Jesus. No, I'd like that to be 26, right? So it's actually 144 point like. $144.75. Okay, every machine overclocked to 144.75. At least that only requires one power shard per machine. And it goes to 26. So 26 divided by, well, let's say 3 would be 8.6. Nah. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 26 is not a good divisible number at all. 13 a floor. I think we'll do the same thing where we go 14 on one floor and 12 on another. Just works out better. And these are assemblers again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can only fit 8 like that. If I want 14, that's another 6. Nah, this is too many. Okay, we're actually gonna need 2 rows. So it can't just be a 2 wide, 2 high. It has to be a 4. Jesus Christ. Yo, that's a ton. Okay, so we're gonna go 2 wide. Right? But also 2 deep. And then hold. Yep. Ooh. And that's already too far away from power. Okay. Always first things first. Grab the power. Hook it into the floor. That. Pretend you didn't see it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Take this over to the back corner like you do on every building when you have to go up. And then go up. Make sure every nubbin is powered. Okay. Okay, so one floor is going to have 14 and the other one's going to have 12. So 14 divided by... well, whatever. Let's just make them. So if we put 12 on each floor, we'd be too short. So let's do 12 on the top floor. But we're gonna have to do 14 on the bottom floor. So you can orient the same way, but I need you to move over one whole machine. So no, actually I need you to move over roughly half a machine because I'm going to delete one machine. I think that'll be okay. Let's see. Well, you actually feed in and out from that way. So I might bring it until it's halfway there. There we go. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. But now I have too many machines. So we get rid of one from this edge on both of these. Perfect. Now we're going to set the machines, which are going to be set to make quick wire cable alternate recipe at 144.75%. Somehow that's apparently the correct amount. 144.75, 144.75, alternate quick wire cable. Alternate quick wire cable. Yep. Fantastic. Copy. Paste. 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 Post. Paste. And then again upstairs. Paste. 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 Okay. Now, each machine doesn't actually use a lot of quick wire. There's just a lot of machines. So, if I at least bring the quick wire in, say I bring the quick wire in back a little bit, like let's say the corner of here, right? Nah, that's not right. You'll actually come in on the floor. Right? Because you're going to have to split. And what I want is enough room for one of them little fucking... One of them little guys. You can actually be closer. Fantastic. Can't be that close though, right? That won't work, will it? I mean, it looks like it'll work. Okay, but if I do it there... Okay, that's no good. Nope, that's a bad idea. That is logistically wrong. So what I actually want to do is bring these in line like that. I'll have to split them on the logistics floor, not up here. That is the purpose of having a logistics floor anyway. Why am I trying to make that more difficult than it needs to be? Straight in you go. Straight in you go. Okay, so that's gonna be quick wire. right? And I'm going to take that. I'm going to take it all the way down here. And I'm going to take this one. And I'm going to take it all the way down here. And then we're just going to put a splitter, I don't know, like roughly in the middle. You're going to do that side, and you're going to do that side. And then my favorite thing, split is there, split is there. They go in that spot. They go in that spot. So now all 4 places are provided with the same thing I put in right here, which is going to be quick wire. Let's quickly add our little floor holes. No one cares about the logistics floors. Cool. I care. I'll know it's there. Fuck. Missed. There we go. Alright. Now, where the fuck are you coming from again? Back there, right? Yup. You're coming off that second line. Here. And I just need you to go from here to there. Yo. Fucking easy. Let's do it. Oops. Don't turn there. You go straight here. And I want you to make it. Damn it, you don't make it. You're a piece of shit. Nobody enjoys your company. Whenever people hear that you're going to be around, they go, really? And then they rethink whether or not they want to attend that event. Okay. You need to relax, fella. The shit you say is legitimately hurtful. Okay. Chop off them nubbins. Perfect. You know what? Chop off those nubbins while you're here too. Ta-da! Machines of wire. Alright, before we go any further, wire is the one that needs to back up a lot because the fucking stacks are huge. So let's fucking... What the fuck are you doing? Little floating guy? Little floating guy. Let's get rid of them. Definitely, if I ever do a second run through of this, which I might do when it hits like 1.2 or whatever. No shot in the world that I don't use daisy chain everything. Like we're daisy chaining everything, right? Like what? The only way we don't use daisy chain everything is if they add it to the base game, which they fucking should. Somewhere between middle and late game. That was my also thing was I think the Mark III power poles and power nubbins should be wireless power in the range of the jetpack. I should still have to run the wired, like the wires to a power pole or nubbin or whatever, but like the Mark III should from that area in the range of which I can do a jetpack should power machines. Making machines rather than the separate power pole. Yeah, all daisy chain does is it makes this part, daisy chain everything, makes this part of the machine have like a 4 connector instead of like a 1 connector, so that you can go, here's one power pole, click, and then click from there to there, and 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 just get down the line. And so you can just daisy chain all the machines off one single power. But I also really prefer the idea. I really prefer the idea of Mark III power being a wireless power that you still have to run cables to the nubbins and the power poles, but then it just provides power in that area. The like roughly the area of a jetpack, right? Okay, so with those machines loading themselves up with wire, which is all coming off here. Right now it's coming at 780, but it won't. After this is Factorio. Honestly, is there going to be time for that? Like, I don't think so. I do still have to go back to PoE. Look at my fucking sub count. It's very low. Let's remember the baseline of 500 is what we need to make a livable wage. That isn't savings or anything. That's just like 500 is the benchmark of I make enough to live this month. 255 is not a good number to be at. Okay, so the other thing we need is rubber. Now, let's have a look at how we did this down here. Okay, so what we did was we had that do that here. So we're either doing the rubber in the air or no, we're almost certainly doing the rubber in the air. Yeah, let's do the rubber in the air. Inside or outside? Idiotic Virtue, thank you very much for the 6-month resub.
I don't know if anyone has told you this today, but you deserve some money. I don't have any to give you, but I just thought that you should know that you deserve some money.
I do love that. That's hilarious. Okay, new thought. What if instead of trying to run the outputs right here as well, since it's relatively busy, why don't we run the outputs back down this side, merge them and run them straight back down the center, and the outputs would come out in the middle here, and that would be a lot nicer. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna run the merges. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that, which means we can actually run the rubber off one. It just has to go like in slightly. Or back slightly? Yeah, back slightly is the answer. Because then you're gonna run into a splitter. From that direction. Right? We're gonna go you straight into there. And then this one. Straight. Oh. How dare you? How dare you, actually? There you go. I did some nice things in here. Congrats. I've been making a big city. This was my biggest headache I've had so far. Although we did it pretty quickly. I don't know if this is the most efficient way to do it. But essentially I have 3 lines of quick-wire that needed to be split into 4 lines of quick-wire. And I had to work out how to fucking load balance them all. And so I made this fucking abomination, but it does equally split all of the quick wire into 4 equal parts. Right? Because then the trick is this line, which is the first line I ran, uses only like 80% of its line. Which are only, they're only 447 or 565 about. This uses most of its line. And then it overflows into this next line to add just a tiny bit more than what is needed for the next 2 parts. But there is actually still a tiny bit of overflow, which will add into the 3rd bit, which will be the next bit I build. And then there'll still be some overflow left, which will add into the 4th one, which actually needs more than this. And that'll be the final one. I tried to work it out from 3 lines, but I couldn't doing the same this trick from 3 lines. But no matter what I did, 1 line ended up like full and needing too much, and you couldn't overflow it. And I would have had to like double split and overflow onto multiple lines, and then it was getting way too confusing. So it was easier to work from 4, and so I just split the 3 into 4 equally. and did it like that. Numbers wise, it seems to work out. These will take a little while to fill, but they do only use 7.5 a minute, or 10 I guess per minute, because they're overclocked. But even like the last one in the chain is receiving more than 10 a minute, so we're able to receive more than 10 a minute, so it should be fine. So this is all the cables. So how much cable are we making? Fuck, more than one line again, you piece of shit. So we'll have to work that out. Oh god, and 900 of it goes to one place. Okay, that's relatively easy to work out, actually. We do the same deal. We send our first line over to whatever this bit is, and then we put the overflow of that line into both of the other lines, because I'm gonna have to run 2 this way. So we're gonna need 3 lines to start with, and then we send our smallest one, or if they're all equal, whatever, to here, and then split the overflow onto those 2. Anyway, it's a lot. Okay, so that's that one done. No, it's not. I gotta add the rubber. You're not getting rubber yet. Finish the rubber, and then you can say that one's done. So we were just working out where rubber's gonna come in, which is gonna be right in the center of the first square that I'm looking at, right in the center of those 2. Okay, cool. Which is almost certainly gonna be, what is that, like there? Cool. And here, you'll do the same thing, which is hook up a splitter, which is actually, I think, going to be able to sit in the ground because I faked it going through a line. And you're going to be able to go straight in there, and you're going to have to do the same little shenanigan bullshit you do at the other place, where you go whoop, immediately this way, and then boop in there, just like upstairs, because otherwise you get clipping. Ah, now rubber's going to come from over there somewhere. See if there's any rubber I can steal anywhere, but there's almost certainly not. But I am stealing plastic right here, so I could also steal rubber right here. Ooh. No, 1.1, that's awesome. Yeah, I have only played this season, so for me, it's always been there. Or this season, this patch, whatever it is we call it. Although it's definitely not said anywhere in game because I just like discovered it by accident. I just at some point was putting a splitter down and I like pointed it at the thing and then was like, yo. Okay. We'll have to come over a little. So be it. Just double check this thing is connected. It is getting rubber. It is. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, sure. Be like that. Classic. So the lifts are definitely new because one of the things that happens when you put a splitter on a lift is more often than not, it does that. It just breaks at the bottom of the thing and you have to like reconnect it for rubber to keep going up. It just breaks the lift. I don't know why. Ah, yes, of course. The blueprint that's still broken. I swear I'll fix that at some point. Cool. Oh, straight to these this normal length. Actually don't know. Those might be extra long lifts. Could be right about that. Well, that's a bit odd. Coming off this pipe, you should be... Oh, you won't be 780 because I'm coming off the rubber earlier. Yeah, that's fine because you don't need 780. But I am pulling off the rubber over here first. Before that, it's 780 coming in. And then I pull some there, but there's still plenty left. Then I pull some here. There's still plenty left. I pull some back there. It's all off my main line. It's fine. It'll take a while for that to come into its proper thing, but it should work. In theory. Okay, back up top. So now our next line, oops. So our final line is actually 700. Our next line is only 482, which is more than is on a belt already. So I think I should actually run my next line off this belt and also just merge it into this center one, which will then be our good one, right? Take a smart splitter, put it right there. I tell it right overflow instead of left overflow. We delete what's in front of it. We say it overflows here too. So now that line comes out, gets fully used, overflows into there, which gets almost fully used again. But then the little bit gets overflowed into here. And then this one, which is going to get like 2/3 used, that should get overflowed into there. And then the final line should have 256 on it, which will be this one, which goes to the final stage of what gets used by Quickwire. So cable, 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 cable. Title complete. So the next thing that uses cable is the one that uses a lot, right? Did I do circuit boards? I did. So it's this one. I didn't do AI limiters. So you're going to use 405 of the 565 that's on that belt. So now time for AI limiters, which is again an alternate recipe, but it is just a little one. Just a little one. We only need 4 machines total. Just gonna use another 95 plastic. Yo, we're using a lot of plastic and rubber. Oh god, it's going to use Quickwire at this. God, these things use a ton of Quickwire. They use their own Quickwire at 756 a minute. They come from cable, which uses 282 Quickwire a minute. They also come from circuit boards, which use... Where'd they go? Up here? Yep. They also come with circuit boards that are using, well, only 13.5 of the circuit boards are going there, but they're also using Quickwire. They use Quickwire, and all their components use Quickwire. High-speed connectors are... There are a lot. There are a lot of Quickwire. Although I'm pretty sure they don't actually have to be. But then you have to make silica. It introduces like a whole nother thing. You should just make a factory that's all Quickwire. No, it's way easier to make Quickwire on site than it is to transport it. For instance, this part of the factory using 2,262 Quickwire, and this part of the factory uses how much? Another 709 Quickwire, and together that only uses what, 130 Caterium ore plus 337 Caterium ore, so what, like 500 ore total. It's just not good to ship around Quickwire. It's so much easier to make the Quickwire on site it would be far more feasible to ship perhaps like Caterium ingots and copper ingots. Shipping those would be more reasonable. Which is, I think, also a valid strategy so far. Like if you just like, well, like, oh look, there's only like, this area's got like a ton of Caterium and this area's got a ton of copper and this area's got a ton of iron. You could very much make a Caterium, copper and iron facility, like of 3 different facilities, and just have just train them to wherever you wanted. I'm sure people have done that. Like just make all the base ingots you could ever need for anything all in a big place, just like I do with my concrete right now, and then just be like, I'll just ship that in. Like I'm sure that's a thing. Alright, so this building next, using also AI limiters that go to multiple different places, just 2 though. AI limiters go to supercomputers and AI limiters go to crystal oscillators, which is where I need my goddamn quartz of 180 a minute, which I'm not producing anywhere convenient. But I am making some. It's just inconvenient. But we'll worry about that when we get there. I might ship it over. I might just make some more. Okay, so 4 assemblers using plastic and quickwire. Cool. So we already used that space, but I only need a row of 4. Would feel bad to use that bit in the middle. That's a little too large. A little too large of a space. Just to make AI limiters? Yeah, if you're looking at this one, that is Satisfactory Modeler. A game. It's downloadable on Steam. With custom inputs and outputs with mods, for example, I have no idea. I mean, I could put it right here. There's not that much going on in the logistics floor here. And I would just run a second quick wire, basically following that one, and then jump over. For the base where it's impossible, I don't know. When I started, I was labeling everything. And then I was putting like labels in front of everything like this for now. But what I was originally planning on doing was making all these separate buildings into actual buildings, like putting walls on them and shit. And then I was just gonna put the largest billboard that I could on every building, saying what it made. But then I realized I'm never turning them into buildings. So, yeah, I guess it can just be a mess again. I don't know. Hey, I don't know, at least it's a little spread out. At least it's not just like it's certainly better than the other one. Like, some of them have to go up some stories, but world is certainly not lacking in space. Yeah. Yep, fuck it. It's going right there. Decision made. What section makes into a sushi belt display? I could, or we can just hate ourselves later when something inevitably goes wrong. That's another option. Okay, listen, I don't want you to connect to that over there. I don't want that, please. I guess I'll just manually connect these two. At least if I put them the right way around, I will. There you go. It's only the two of them anyway. Well, and this one here. Okay, we don't need that either. And we're doing AI limiters. One of you at 38%. The rest of you at 100. AI limiters. Not circuit boards. Right, plastic parts easy. 400 cat wire. Probably just gonna come from like close as you can. Okay, that's where a cat wire is coming from. I actually don't know which side you're gonna be on when you get here, so I guess we'll do that bit first. Perfect. Actually, how do you feel about coming down like right over here? Yeah, I'm actually also surprised that hasn't been done before. That's hilarious. What a great idea. Oh, that's too far. Yo, I only want to come here. Wait, no, that's not right. Wait, where's the fucking little machine I'm running? Oh, it's right here. I just haven't put the fucking thing down. Yoink. That's where I want you to go. Don't need that last bit. Wire me up. And if you don't mind, no idea about Goat Simulator? No, I've seen Goat Simulator. I saw it when I was looking into simulator games before I played the one where you were a house cat. Oh, it needs 120 a minute. Okay, those are gonna need to be upgraded. I'm gonna say, there you go. What do you need as the other? 28? 28's fine. Cool. Squirrel. That's the one. Wait, Goat Simulator is these guys? That is a very, very different game. That is actually somewhat of a surprise. I did not expect this to be the same people as Goat Simulator. That was not something I was expecting. Yo, where's my plastics? Surely somebody's taken plastic before. No one? Gonna run plastic all the way over there from nothing? Well, I mean, there's a splitter at least. Oh God, where am I running it to though? There's a range. It was a meme. I'm sure they were shocked that it made them enough money. I think to fully fund Satisfactory. That's crazy though. Like that's to go from Goat Simulator to this. I like. Okay. Sold before all platforms of Goat Simulator. I mean, okay. They got remastered and got 2 sequels. Get fucked, actually. Actually get fucked. What do you mean? For the first time like a week ago because I was starting to go through my Steam backlog and couldn't play that game for like an hour. Imagine putting just like a little bit of time into something like Goat Simulator for a meme, knowing full well in your head that it was going to be trash. You're like, it's trash. It's a meme game. And then just having it fucking blow up and make millions and millions of dollars. You're like, but we made garbage. Like, we made garbage for fun. It's a joke. What happened? Really meme games, sometimes it just works out. I mean, I guess. But it was beautiful, beautiful garbage. Yeah, no, I mean, sure. Woo, okay, so the last bit that uses a shit ton of wire is only 4 machines, but they are manufacturers. Wait, hold. What did I just make? What did I just make? Them. Train ramps are how many ramps? Does 4 ramps make it too high? I don't really understand the question. So we already made the circuit boards, right? Yep. We've got the quick wire and we've got the cable. Okay, cool. We can make our high-speed connectors next. I think we actually put them like here. Oh, that's actually perfect. Wait. So if I put one of them there, and then one of them here, then you'll fit? Then you'll fit perfectly, right? We'll publish this with Valheim. Jesus! So a game I've never played before is somehow that I'm in love with is somehow from publishers that have made a bunch of other games that I have a few other games, including ones I've actively played and liked, I just didn't know. That's fine. I'd like to put a gap here too. Just a little one. Yeah, we mentioned Deep Rock. That was the first one where I was like, the fuck? This is a game I actively love. Didn't even know these guys existed. Fantastic. Need some 1 meter. This one, rather. No, I need you to be, yeah, like that, but there you go. Let me take the other half. Perfect. Okay, and now you need 4 manufacturers, which I'm pretty sure fit on a 5x10 comfortably, even on my blueprint. Just flip it around. I need just over half there. And you're the end of it, so you actually don't need any room here. But I think if we go like that, you will now fit 4. Good. But you're gonna make what the fuck is they making? High-speed connectors. Powered, and one of you need to be at 60%, the rest at 100. Perfect. And now so first thing can come from as close as possible, and it will go in. I would like quick wire to be on the top. Oh, you're only using 3. Whatever, you can keep all 4 connectors, it's fine. But you are only using 3. So quick wire, a large amount. Large amount of quick wire. And a bit of cable and almost no circuit boards. Okay. So a second one can come from back here. And you're gonna line up with the very top one actually. And you're gonna be the quick wire. Because I want the quick wire to be visible if it becomes an issue. Yeah. I mean, these things are using a lot of quick wire to make cable, but where is my quick wire? Quick wire, quick wire. Oh, right here. Hi, friend. You're coming off this last bit right there. And you're going just down to the bottom and fucking straight up in there. I mean, that should be fine if you just do right in that corner and then right in that corner. Morning, cool shirt. Thank you. Right, you're gonna come in. This is not right. This is not right. Is this right? Yeah, this is the one that uses the large amount. That is right. Damn it. Okay, sure. Well, I'm gonna want you to go in here. But you're coming from, where are you? Where are you? Didn't I put a hole in? Right here. Can you do this? You can. You make it. No clipping. Fuck you. All right. However, we use 210 quick wire per pull. No? 146 at 126 a minute? No. It's because that one's underclocked. Right, so it's 210 a minute. So an MK1 lift does not cut it. MK3 lifts for you, actually. Fantastic. So cable and circuit board. Now, cable literally made right there. Lots of it. Haven't figured out how I'm going to split that up yet. So first, circuit board, which I think is what I just made over here. No, those were AR limiters. When I make my circuit board, where did I make my circuit board? Oh God, where did I make my circuit board? Wait, have I made circuit board? Yes. So it uses quick wire and plastic. Right. This would look very slick. This whole city would look really slick if I could be bothered to make them into like actual buildings. Like each segment is like obviously its own thing, and like if I actually like built walls and shit, this would look like a really cool city of things. I can't fuck building walls. I have discovered what would be my favorite use for multiplayer, which would be finding someone who has no interest in playing this game whatsoever, but does enjoy making pretty buildings. Because I don't want you to fucking deal with making the machines and everything. I want to do that. That's the game. But if you wanted to come in and make pretty buildings out of the shit I'm done with, I'd fucking love that. So you were hand feeding biomass to your furnace. That's quite a while ago. Our building, our automation has come a long way. This is where we're in the process of completing the third elevator part for phase 4. Originally, the plan was to do all 4 elevator parts in this fucking city, but I realized nuclear pasta probably needs its own place. Actually, it's just like a very different process from start to end. It doesn't cross over even that many map. It's getting its own building. Nuclear pasta gets its own place. I don't know where that place is yet, but wherever it is, it'll get its own place. Would you power up? We just solved that actually. I had to take a detour after building the first 2. I built the first 2 elevator parts and then was like, overhead's getting a little bit close. So we went and built a turbo rocket fuel tower and added it to our power towers. So now we've got plenty of headroom for now. Built 122. Yeah, 122 fully overclocked rocket fuel burners and everything that goes with that. At the same time, we siphoned off a little bit of it. So we built 122 burners for power and then 4 to make packaged rocket fuel. And so now I have packaged rocket fuel for both my jetpack and any drones that I want. I do like the rocket fuel. It is quite nice. $122 burners. That's wild. I mean, I want it to be done with power. Where is it? Power plant. Here it is. So this was my first power plant, which built only 40 turbo fuel powers generators. This was my first one on like a fuel generator instead of raw coal, right? That was the first one that I was like, ah, my power, fantastic. And it generated 25,000 and that lasted me a while. But I was also only making 9 packaged turbo fuel from that setup, which was like enough for my pocket. That was fine. But then later on I put a truck on it, and then later on I put a drone on it as well. And then the truck and drone together were using 8.5 per minute. And I was like, that's still enough for my jetpack. I'm okay. And then suddenly I wanted more drones. I was like, okay, well, we can't use more drones because there's no more fuel coming. So then we did this bit and added on to it, which ended up making, there it is, 112 rocket fuel generators with 194 packaged rocket fuel being made at the same time. No, you have to have it in your pocket. It does not take the fuel from the dimensional depot, but I mean, you just take it, right? You just, when you run low, you just take it out and put it in your inventory. Some may say I've overproduced these rocket parts, though, because where are we? Here. 2 of them are already done, which are these 2. And I am generating. That's not right. I'm generating 5 of these. I don't know why it says 2.25 now. Oh God, what's happened? I don't know what I broke in here. I don't know what I broke in here, but I'm generating 5 thermal propulsion rockets and 10 magnetic field generators. That's what I'm actually making. I don't know what happened to make this lie to me and say it's wrong. That was in the top bit. It's separate. The only bits that cross over are the bits that come from the train station. It's because there's only one train station here and I wanted to make sure I didn't exceed my total capacity. I don't know, but there are definitely 10 of these machines and they're definitely working. And there are definitely 5 of these machines and they're definitely working. Yeah, everything is halved. But they're literally, that's them. They're literally running. Is that them? Wait, no, hang on. This is them over here. So they're not actually halved. In fact, they're all running. There they all are. Pumping out 10 of them a second into there. Hold on. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. They're all running at the expected rate. I don't know what's wrong with the spreadsheet, but everything here is fine. Oops. Yep, everything's running at 100%, even the overclocked ones. I don't know why the model has suddenly halved them. Who fixes anything? Nah, I don't want to undo nothing. It's fine. Just test to see. I don't actually think I care. Whatever its problem is, it's only here. It's not there. It's not in game. You can when you come back later? Maybe. but for now, it's all working. So, plus, I don't even really know if I need any of these things or how many of them I need or anything past this stage. Like, I don't know anything about phase 5. Haven't even looked. Right. I will be back in just a moment though.
You don't even have a chance.
What is
We're
this?
fine.
You don't even have a chance.
We're fine.
We're
Oh, that was a
fine.
good clip. Bro, I listen. What even happened?
That's funny. Okay. So, what was I busy making? This thing. High-speed connectors. They need cable and circuit board. So cable's made next door. Wait, did I already do the cable? No. Cable's literally made next door. Right here. So... oh, that's right. The cable's made here. But I hadn't quite figured out where the fuck I was going to... how... that's right. This is the spot. We have another load balancing issue of cable, because 900 of it needs to go that way and only 130 needs to come here, which means, and it is 2 full rows. Yikes. Okay. So it is 2. So I need to siphon 100 and how much? 135 off. But it needs to be 2 equal lines after that. Actually, it doesn't. I don't think it needs to be 2 equal lines after that. Well, maybe it does. Fuck, 18s. Yeah, it does. Okay. So if I take 900 and I take 135 away from it. Okay. So it can actually be a single line going... No, that's not right. I need 900 over there. Okay, so it has to come over on 2 lines. It has to come over on 2 lines, and they have to be even lines. But I first need to siphon 135 out of it. So I think we do the same thing I did the last time that was a problem, which is I build myself a roof for load balancing. And I think this is one of those times where a double box works really well and will solve the problem. So what I'll do is I'll bring everything from one side of the building up on one belt, everything from the other side of the building up on another belt, and then off one of those belts I will just split and send it over where I need the 135 right now, and then both of those belts just go into a double box, and then that double box will spit out 2 equal lines, right? Because that's how that works, isn't it? I hope that's how that works. I hope if there's 2 lines coming out of a double box and there's say 100 in each, that they will just straight up go 50 into each thing. Does it even work like that? Or is there a priority of some sort? Actually, I have no fucking clue. Right, is there anything I have exactly 500? Oh, there we go. I have exactly 500 turbo rifle ammo. So if I just drop a stack of that in here, then there should be exactly 250 in each of them if they have the same priority. Looks right. It looks like it's redistributing lines equally. They ended at exactly the same time. They have exactly 250 in each. Cool. It does work like that. Just had to double check because I realized I've never actually checked that and I'm about to rely on it for load balancing. So I better find out. Seems like an important thing to know. So 1, 2, all right, so that one ends right there. And that one ends right there. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Okay. So no need to do anything super special here. We just say the dead center of that tile. Boom. That's where that one's going to come up. I could actually come all the way up. I don't even need to click the floor hole. But I'll go through the floor hole as if I did click it. And then we'll, right here, we'll put a floor hole. And then right here we'll put a floor hole. And then fucking in you go, bud. Did I fucking build the... I built the fucking lift backwards. You're such a dickhead. Actually want that to go towards the center. There we go. Cable. Straight in. Now you can produce some cable. And then also a merger. Like that. Right, same thing on the other side. Where exactly? Who knows? Here. Okay, sure. So that's gonna have to be one whole tile in. Essentially the middle of the second tile in, but in front of me. Oh, and we already discovered it doesn't actually need. So, boom, middle of the second tile in. You interrupt nothing. You interrupt nothing. Fantastic. And you face inwards. Let me hold that and just fucking nudge it in. mergers. Specifically, let's just go like that. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. On the way up. Fantastic. On the way up. Fantastic. Now you, unfortunately, you get a splitter and you can literally go straight on the end. I don't actually, that's actually fine. This is the line that's going to come back. What could there possibly be? Overlapping fucking what, my dude? Overlapping what, my dude? I don't know what it is you think you're overlapping, but that's not a problem anyway. That's a problem for, well, actually that is the problem. It's the right now problem. So I would like you to go over here. This is where you want to be, right? This is where I'm sending the cable. Yup. It'd be cool if you went down on me. Let's just say right here. That's an innie. Of course it doesn't make it in one go, and of course it isn't perfectly lined up. Because why would it be? That'll do. Ah, of course. Of course. I was wrong. Need to go back a little. Let's pick that spot. Perfect. What's the third thing to go in here? Circuit boards. Fuck, I forget where they come from. But wherever they come from, it isn't fucking towards me. So that'll be fine. Ta-da! Fantastic. Cable in. Now, to deal with the remaining cable should be relatively simple. We don't even need a merger. All we need is a double box. And then one belt goes in there, and one belt goes in there. And the double box will act as if it is a load balancer. As that line will back up, everything into one box, and then two lines out the box to deal with the next thing. Whee! Use only 37 a minute. Fantastic. So now circuit boards. Where the fudge knuckle did I make circuit boards? Damn it, that was AI limiters. didn't make circuit boards all the way over here, did I? No. Good. Those are high-speed adapters for the other thing. But these are all separate production units. So where? Here they are. Ah, of course, that makes sense. Wait, why am I making so many? Oh, because it takes that many. The answer is because it takes that many to make only 112 circuit boards. Insane. But okay. All right, so where do I want you on the logistics floor? Oh, plenty of room. Fantastic. Plenty of room. So I would like that to be about yay there-ish. Drop straight through both of those. And drop yourself off, I think. We are headed over there. So I think we'll actually come this way. Because that should be fine. I'm going to sneak behind them and jump over to this one and go over there from here. Should be fine. Which means we want another merger right there. In you go. In you go. I do actually have to split that. It does have to go in multiple directions. We might just chuck a splitter straight on the edge. And I think I'll just take one this way. Then I can use this step to jump down here, which is how I'm going to get over there. All the way over there? No. Here, right? Yeah, right here. Right here. I'm gonna say, let's use that one there. I'm gonna go floor hole there. Drop that in that. Straight in there. Did I place that correctly? I did. Nice. Cool. Now I know where it's going. In you goes, buddies. now suddenly they kick on because they're using stuff. They magically turn on different parts of the machine temporarily, but they have nowhere to go. So once they kick up to full, it'll all turn off again. Have we sucked the world dry of all resources like a good corporate boy yet? Not all of them. There's actually plenty I've only sucked this area dry so far. There's a whole area over here I haven't been to, and this, like, that feels like a good, like, 35% of the map that's up here that I just, like, have barely even touched. Alright, so high-speed connectors are now done. That's this one. C for completed. Next, I would like to do this building, which is going to take the rest of the cable as well as the rotors I made. And we are doing the default recipe for automated wiring. 18 of them. Which is literally this setup again. I think I'm gonna just extend this set of buildings again. That would actually be perfect if... Damn, there's already 9,600 cable in here. Oh no. That would actually be perfect if it was the other way around. Wait, take it all back. Take it all back. Okay. Why wouldn't straight work here? There we go. Oop. Whew, okay. So. Same deal as before. 18 is 9 and 9, which I'm just not going to do. I would much rather do 10 and 8. Right, instead of 9 and 9. Will 10 fit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Okay. Cool opportunity to do a different layout on the edge here. Because I think I could actually just do it all on one flat building in a straight line instead. Oh, oh, oh. Too far away from the power. Okay, so we would like 18 assemblers. 18 assemblers. But you're going to take the wire that's from just there. Sorry, the cable that's from just there. Right? And we're going to do the whole injection manifold thing. That's fine. And you're also going to take the stators, which I think are here. They are. This building connects to both of those buildings. Perfect. Perfect. Assemblers. Default recipe 18. So what I'd like to do is knock that back a little and all the way up to this edge. Halfway. I'm knocking that back because I'm gonna put a one walkway tile in the front here. We're gonna get rid of a little bit of that and make this a thin, long building, like my dick. What? Sorry. Okay, 9 of these blueprints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and room to play. That's nearly a whole 5x5. If I really wanted to be fucking picky about it, I could probably reset them all. Like move them all over one tile so it wasn't as tight on this side. But this side is a nothing side. Like this is the end of the line and also everything goes back that way. So like this being the end is fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is all of the machinery that can possibly run off one thing, off one belt. But since I'm gonna do an injection manifold, it wouldn't actually hurt if the merger was 1 early. That would actually be fine. Okay, cool. So that's where we inject the second line, right? I still think still think that we should come in from underneath. But I've got a lot of room here, so we're gonna use a little bit of it. You're an innie. You're designed to take it. Straight in. And then I want you to do the same thing, but like take a little bit longer to, there we go. There we go. Boom. Double cables. I'm sending my instructions so hard. You skip the 15. What? Oh no! I've made a horrible mistake. This is not the correct place. Excuse yourselves. You gonna come back one whole. You're gonna come back one whole square. We can't have that bullshit. You're gonna come back like that. That should be fine. Let's try that again. Except this time without horrible clipping. Much better. Good job with the labor behind mining people. Getting into mining. Mining is good pay. Good pay. Make vile money with your tickets. Every single site. What does it mean? Yeah. I don't know why every single person who works with the mine should just have a forklift ticket. They're not, it's not fucking hard or expensive. It's neither of those things. It is neither hard nor expensive. Just like me. Sure, there it is. Oh, I haven't set your recipe yet. Right. Shit, what were you even fucking making, my dude? Adaptive control units. Sure. Wait, not adaptive control units. Automated wiring. Automated wiring per minute to adaptive control unit. Yeah. Automated wiring. Thanks, buddy. Next. 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 With the instructions, I've been doing them for 2 fucking days. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Whew. Okay. It's half. Now the other half. Done. Hey, they have to make sure though. They have to make sure though. And yeah, this all just common sense. I don't know how much you've looked around these days, but if there's one thing that common sense isn't, it's fucking common. I don't know how much you've looked around. but it's not, common sense isn't common. Turns out it's actually quite rare. Yeah, I don't know who came up with the idea that common sense was a thing, but I can personally assure you it is not. Rude. Boom. These should kick on. These should all kick on in order. He goes, he goes, he goes. Let's go. Ah, yes. Very long manifold. It'll take a minute. These end ones will take an extra second or two to get. Don't worry, you'll get a stator. I know, because you got one, and therefore you'll get the next one that makes it this far. Don't worry, it'll all catch up eventually. There it is. There you go, buddy. It'll all catch up eventually. Okay. Done. Completed. So now that's completed, that's completed, that's completed. No computers. Gotta go back. Circuit boards are done though. We did the circuit boards part. So we've got circuit boards for computers. We do not have crystal oscillators for computers. Unfortunate. We do have the AI limiters and the rubber. We do not have any crystal quartz in the entire base. So I guess we'll hook up everything except the crystal quartz, and then we'll see what's happening on our train network. See if we can train over some crystal quartz as well. Or drone over some crystal quartz. It's so far from where I have them though. I don't think flying a drone all the way down here to get crystal quartz is a good idea. In fact, I almost want to make a quartz base. I feel like I'm gonna need a little bit of crystal quartz here and there and everywhere. Actually, it might be not even a crystal quartz base, because it's always the same fucking thing. It might be that there needs to be a computer base that just makes computers and ships computers out for whatever different components are needed. New base. Just, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I do currently have enough crystal quartz to ship it from my current Mega Messy area, but that train station's getting packed. It's getting packed. I mean, there's... Is that 3 pure nodes? Is that 3 pure and a normal quartz node just right there? go visit though? It's all underground. I mean, just real quick. I mean, quartz pretty much just gets made into quartz. Looks company, you need your heavy rig license. Sorry. I got heavy, light, forklift, boat, jet ski. I want to get small planes at some point. I just like to be able to operate things. I just like to operate things. Season playing satisfactory. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. 3 pure quartz node and a normal quartz node. Surely that becomes its own miniature quartz base. It would all get MK3 miners at 250% would give you 600. There are 3 of them. Right? And then there's another one. Oh god, you get 600 out of a normal. You get 1200 out of the pures. Can't even deal with that yet. I can't even do anything about it. I don't have belts that fast. But it just seems like used quartz is 75 quartz into 54 raw crystal. This is 67 into 52. 120 into 75. The byproduct of dissolved silica. That seems annoying. You'd have to get your silica back like this. Although if I did this and made it could just be a silica and quartz crystal base. But you could also just do that. And how much would you be able to make? Yeah, look, I don't know if I ever need that much. I don't know if I ever need that much crystal quartz. That might be taking the piss. I think that might be taking the piss. I think that's a little extreme. I I know every time so far that I've said, nah, that's too much of something. It hasn't been, but I think truly this would actually be too much quartz. That is an amount of crystallized quartz per minute that is just fucking unnecessary. Just absolutely unnecessary. Although, I'd probably never need to make quartz again for the rest of the game. And it looks like there's some water just there. I don't know if it's deep enough water there because I haven't been up there yet. But it looks like there's water just there. And I could just turn it into a quartz base just like I did for the concrete. And just like I did for the concrete, I could set it all up and then just run this one right now because I don't even have the belts to deal with those ones, right? And then just be able to pop back in and ramp it up whenever the fuck I want. Which is just like I did with the concrete. I actually ended up only making like 1800 concrete a minute. But it's all like there and set up, and I can make it like 5,000 concrete a minute very easily. It was built to be expandable. And so I could do this, where I just set up enough for the normal node for right now. And then if need ramps up, as long as I build that base in such a way, as soon as I have access to the larger belts, I can come in and grab whole 1200. And if I need a little bit more before that, I just add one at, you know, whatever I can handle. You know, I can double it to or over double it to 1,000 like that until I get better belts. Like maybe that's the way. It just becomes a station that's like, ta-da, your quartz crystals are over here at the quartz crystal base. Just like concrete, I never have to worry about it again. I don't hate it. What does that satisfactory map look like? Is there really water there? It looks like there's water there, but I haven't actually been there. Interactive map. Resource nodes. Raw quartz. Come on, load up. Aha. That's the little tiny bit of ocean that I can see. Or the little tiny bit of water that I can see is just there. I mean, my current train station's right here. I could run the train up to there. I could run the train up to here and they could just be a base. What else is out here? Lots of limestone. Holy. I've changed my mind. There's way too much of everything around here. I want to use this for something bigger than just a quartz outpost. I want to use this for something bigger than just a quartz outpost. Fucking everything is over here. Yeah, that's a bit too much. That's a bit too much for me to want to just go out there and build a quartz factory. I feel like I want to use that area for something bigger. But with that in mind, where else has quartz? Well, those are two normals and a pure. That's a normal and a pure, but I'm already using it. Oh, actually. What about there? What if I took these three? I know I'm already using some here, but you'll just have to get it from the fucking train station. What if I took these three, combined them with those two, and then made it in that ocean? What does that look like in my game? What have I got currently here? So to be that ocean right there. It does have uranium in it. There's already a train right here. Right? That train would just split. I would just split the train at one of, like, either around here or around there. Jump up into a little mini quartz station. For now, I would just use the pure and the normal. I could also come off the train this way, so that it was less congested through this zone. Wouldn't be bad. There is uranium there though. I have a feeling that when it's time to use uranium, I'm gonna need fucking all of it. Like, I'm just gonna, there's not gonna be like a, oh, I'm making a nuclear plant. Where's one uranium node? Nope. I'm gonna need to ship all of it somewhere, fucking for sure. And there's a lot of unexplored map though. There's also this bit, which I've used for nothing. Two normals and a pure. Okay, the thing is, I'm already making it right here. Maybe I should actually just turn the stuff I'm already making into a proper station. Maybe that's just enough. Because, like, I'm already making some right there, but I've just got a truck going forward and backwards. But, like, it could just be a different station. Like, it could just be its own station. That's probably the easiest and quickest thing to do. Because see, one of those is just attached to a box. And then I'm using this one right now to just fucking truck back and forward. That's right. Like it's just a truck coming back and forward, which there could still be. It'd be fine. Silly truck. How far away is it to drone to where I am? That's quite a ways to drone though. I feel like drones really aren't that efficient for like long trips. They're really good for moving small to medium quantities, small to medium distances. But not so much for this. Right. Be back in just a moment. I got up and read my text messages. Apparently my sister's not coming home. I need to go feed the dogs so they don't starve. Dog's fed. Very important. Okay, automated wiring also. Fucking done, full. Oh, not quite full. These ones at the back here are still running because they took so long to get started. Look at this one, it still doesn't even have enough status. Very, very long manifold. That's fine. I like could though. I could do the thing where I split it in half so it doesn't have to go down like the longest manifold in existence. I might. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll prime itself while they're off and it'll never be a problem again. Right? Like they'll all fill up while I'm dealing with the next part and then it won't matter. Okay. Next. Give up on the quartz idea for now. We'll deal with that when we get there. Which honestly won't be that long. Oh god, wait, that's why I was looking. Isn't it? We've done that. We could build computers. Oh god, are those the only three? Oh no, that's the reason I was looking. It's the quartz part right now. it's the quartz part right now. Oh no. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's make the building first and pump everything into it except quartz. And then we'll deal with that. So AI limiters and rubber, very easy. The AI limiters are being made somewhere. Where did I put the AI limiters? Yo, they need gear Mark II. I need like to be able to sprint faster. Like I need like a Mark II jetpack that goes faster. Or hover pack. Mark II legs that like go faster. I bet there's a mod for that. There is? Yeah. I'm shocked at how long phase 4 is. I mean, are you just basing it off me doing it? Because like, you know. AI limiters. Right here. So this is where AI limiters are. And I want AI limiters and rubber. I mean, I could like stick them in that gap, but 30% of the way of phase 4. What? I'm like nearly finished with the third elevator part of 4. How big of a deal is the nuclear pasta? The pasta, the 100 pasta is like 50% of the thing, of like the whole thing. Hmm, 700. Jesus Christ. I think we go here. And we put this here as if it's going to be the end, because we're not going to build anymore in that way. Or we might, who knows. Would you fucking get on there like you're meant to? Not like that. There. Okay. So how many of these bitches do we need? So we need 10 manufacturers. That's going higher. Okay. So if we go 2 across, we should be able to fit 5. Yeah, like, look, we could go high. We could also go wide. Last time I did manufacturers, I went high, so let's go wide this time. Oh god, am I gonna fit 10? Am I gonna fit 5 like this? I don't know if I am. I don't think I am. I think we have to go a little wider again. There we go. So if I put one right in the center. Like maybe it would have been real fucking tight. I'd rather have a little bit of extra room. Important to have room to swing a cat around. Well, apparently most people who play this game don't even finish this phase. Which this one I will definitely finish. Are you finishing this phase? Oh, I got this phase. This will be fine. I'm sure people are overstating how complicated nuclear pasta is. So the last phase is questionable because when it gets close to PoE 1 launch time, I have to get back over to PoE 1. I have to rewrite the guide to be better, and I have to do a little bit of practice to like get back in the swing of things. So like I have to go back to PoE 1. So there is an end date, right? Like there's an end. All 10 of these machines just for 18 crystal oscillators. An end or a pause. Oh, I know how my brain is. If I have to come back to this after like 2 months, it's a new playthrough. Like you can't, how would I remember anything? And we only need 9.6 machines, so we have to take 40% off. Since they're 2 in a row like that, we're going to take 20% off that machine and 20% off this machine. That way the lines are equal. Not that it fucking matters, but I'm doing it. Without actually restarting progression. I mean, yeah, I could. Okay, that'd be fun. Let's do it like that. So 1 whole square, 2 whole square. Whole square, 2 whole square. So like around here. Now there's an entirely good possibility that the last phase, in order to get it finished, becomes Spaghetti Factory 2.0 of just fucking, just plug it in, just go. Okay, that's a cool way to plug in two rows of machines. Right? That's cool. I like that. And we plug one right in there, and then we plug one in like back here, and then we plug another one in over here and another one in over here, and they all feed into the splitters that then go down each row. I like it. Oh, except again, we're only using 3 of the 4. Damn it. But it looks so cool. But I only need 3 of them. You know what? Nobody ever wants to use the last row anyway. The easiest one to run? No, fuck that nonsense. There. Top 3 it is. Okay, and you need crystal quartz, which we have none of, rubber and AI limiters, and that's it. Wow. Wow. Well, this is wrong then. Insulated crystal oscillators is what I want to make. Uh-oh. There they are. Insulated crystal oscillators. Select reward. Thanks, buddy. Nearly pasted it over that one. All right. Rubber AI limiters. AI limiters are just here. They're getting made from this machine. They are. Hopefully you can just go down there. And just make your way over. Perfect. Perfect. And you get to take up roof real estate. And where do you want to come in? AI limiters use the least amount, so it's the least flashy thing, so you're going to come in the 3rd. And since you're the bottom one, you need to come in there. There we go. Ta-da. Second thing is rubber. rubber's gonna come in from, I'm gonna say here because I think it'll look the coolest. Okay, that line will be rubber. Which means this line right here will be rubber. Where the fuck from? Where are we getting some rubber? Pull me some rubber off any line. We've got rubber in abundance. How dare you? We have rubber in abundance. We just need to get it there. Literally any line of rubber. Literally rubber anywhere. Okay, that's the closest one. I'll take it. Fantastic. You go all the way back here, eh? Oh, I guess it's getting stolen right there then. We're gonna have to go build ourselves a bridge. Aha. Yo, almost fucking nailed that. One more over. That'll do. Thanks for the rubber. Yoink. And now for the brand new problem. Fucking quartz. Okay, so I mean, we're using all of that station and we're using all of this station, but concrete's the only thing coming here. We're not using any of these. So if there is a 2, a 3, or a 4 available at the other train station, then we can almost certainly do it. And there's a 4 available on this train that already comes out here, which is called, oh, this is the Kardashians train. I mean, I think that's fine. If there's a 4 back at the other place, then the Kardashians can pick that up as well. And I think they already go to Mega Messy and Mega Messy 2. So if either one of those, oh wait, this is picking up a 4. Shit, never mind. You're actually full. You're actually full. I can make the concrete train pick it up on the way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm part of the cargo. Guys, I'm part of the cargo. Well, I'm riding the train. This isn't the normal way you ride the train, but I'm riding the train. I'm actually, what do they call it? Train hopping? Void, thank you very much for the raid. I'm in Japan days ago. You gonna stop by? Ooh. I'd fuck the break from ARPGs. How was Japan? Was or is? And also fantastic. Real bad for my bank account. You might notice our like 500 subs that we need to live is like not fucking happening. In fact, we've got half of what we need to make a but the break is so not. It's only the bank account that's an issue. The rest of it is great. Whoa! I got hurt by one of the bumps. That's all right. This is basically where I wanted to be.
Here, I can help with that.
Hey. The one a toku girl at Ataku. Ataku? Toku. Whichever one of those is correct. Shit. The only one not being used here is one. Ooh, hang on. Two, right here. Two, right here, isn't getting used. Oh, concrete delivery can pick that up on the way. Didn't I say the one that was delivering concrete at the other station only had concrete on that whole station, right? Like the all other three were empty? About 2.5 weeks, celebrated the 22nd there. Sure, my friends from Perth also. Nice. A few days, but it turns out that was on a tour. Flat. Okay, so this one's gonna unload. And that's gonna be maybe like a different kind of purple than normal. I mean, that's kind of the same purple. I mean, it's a little more purple. Yo, where you going, bud? Alright, you got plenty. You're not dropping off nearly enough. Which means you've got plenty. Barely using any. Here's them up in the tail, a bunch for free for a couple of days, which is really nice. Nice. Okay, you're not using enough quartz. This was fine. Because of the only one without tattoos. There are places that let you go with tattoos, but they're specifically like tourist places. I am aware of that being an issue. Okay, so you don't get to come out like that because there's a fucking okay, well, so be it. Instead, oh, there's actually like no room, my dude. Well, it kind of is. Fuck, no, there's not. You piece of shit. Wait, awesome time. It seems constructive. It seems constructive. Nice. Nah, I like that. That was good. You know what? Never seen an issue there. It's actually fine. That's actually fine. That won't be a problem at all. And if I need more throughput than this, which I don't think I will, but if I do need more throughput than this, I can just put another truck on the same line. Like I can just run another truck. but its maximum transfer rate is 15 stacks a minute, and it stacks at 200. So that's, what is that, 3,000 a minute that it can bring? Like, I don't even think I'm making that much. Fuck, how much am I making? I make silica. What are you even making silica for? Oh wow, I've really only got 4 making this. Okay, how much are you making per? 33. 33. They're all 33. I'm about, so 33 times 4 is only about 120. This will run out. I will actually run out, is what will happen. I mean, like, the idea of making silica to have in a box is great and all, just in case I need some. But in what world am I ever going to need this much? Like, that's... like, I could have one single machine. I can have a single machine doing that. In fact, I think that's what I'm going to do. How am I going to do that? What's the best way to turn this into 3 of these machines into making... Okay, reconnect that. So the first thing I got to do is depower this system. Depower the system. That's the first thing. Which we will do from wherever I gave it power to begin with. Which looks like right there. Boop, no power. Fantastic. Sorry. Now we're just going to empty the lines. Which I can do with this. They have no power to keep running, so that should just empty those lines. It might take a second, but it will empty the lines. Empty faster, my dudes. Oh, that's as fast as you can empty, apparently. That's fine. You connectors with better ones. Yep. I use all the like sloppy alumina and shit too. I don't need any of that stuff. Okay. So machines are now empty of silica. So I'm actually going to make them do crystallized quartz now. Are these overclocked? They are. You know what? The rest of them are too. I do not want you to run out. Right, there's 3. So then I cut this line. Right? And all I have to do is fucking spaghetti time. We put a merger right there. And then we take this belt. We connect it to that one like magic. No one cares. It even sort of looks like it's supposed to go that way. And then we power it back on, the whole system. And now one of them will continue to try and make silica to go in my pocket if I ever use it. And the rest of them will make more crystallized quartz. More crystallized quartz to go in my crystallized quartz box, which is apparently empty. Interesting. Okay, so I actually definitely need more than what I am currently using / making. So we're gonna have to overclock that. Oh wow, we don't that actually just had room. That actually just had a lot of room. How empty was the box? The thing is, the box wasn't, well, it is now though. Okay, cool. So we'll just up production. Just make sure that it's got enough to supply both bases. Right, like that's... There you go, fucking ramp it up, buddy. So you're now providing 600 and you are all using 56 a minute, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 of them. Okay, easily ramp up more than that. Easily ramp up more than that. Just 300 to do that. I only need an extra 180. So I'm definitely, if I do this, I'm definitely making enough for both bases. In fact, I'm almost certain that the machines will turn off. Oh, not the last one. That's my one and only silica machine, which I'm fine with. Let me just double check here that you are an MK5 line. Yes. And you're all MK5 lines. you're all MK5 lines, just in case. The elevators being MK4s is nothing, that's fine, because the machine can only take so much anyway. You just want the travel to be able to happen at max speed, just in case anything goes wrong. There, production increased. Silica's worthless to me. There's no point in having a box full of silica. But you might as well go in the depot in case I use you for something, because there's nowhere else. There's nowhere else making silica. That is it. All right, production has been ramped. Which part are you doing now? I am almost done doing my third phase 4 elevator part. Although the fourth one is nuclear pasta, which I have left to last because it looks like a pain in the ass. But I just discovered a need for more quartz at the new base to make this third one. And I straight up wasn't, this is my only outpost making quartz, and it wasn't making enough. But there was room at my train station that's near here. And there was room on the one and only truck that I have on the map to bring plenty more. So like, there was enough transport, just not enough supply. So we just came down to our little outpost to get some extra supply. Yeah, I see you guys. I know you're there. I just don't care. Now, you only actually need 180 a minute. So there's no reason for you to have any more than that. Which is like already too much, but you might as well take it. Okay, so now we have one train available that's going there that isn't stopping here currently, that has a good spot for it, and it is the one that's labeled concrete deliverer, which is unfortunate, but it passes right by here. So that just feels like the correct way to do it. Okay, so concrete deliverer. I'm gonna need you to come to Mega Messy 2. In after the concrete oasis, you're gonna stop at Mega Messy 2. You're going to load crystal quartz and you're gonna unload nothing. Save. And then at space 3, you're going to unload concrete and crystal quartz crystals. Unfortunately, there's the concrete deliverer, like just having passed this base, so it won't be until his next run that he picks up any crystallized quartz for me. But he's gonna. And we're just going to double check that this one is a load platform. Yep, cool. Then we'll just take our own train. back to there. Thanks, buddy. See ya. Quick glance at our fucking massive skyscraper building. See you, bud. See you, bud. Okay, so the next stage is logistics of this new city is becoming a pain in the ass, and I need the crystal quartz on the other side of the city from the train station. So I actually think I'm going to drone it across, which means this crystallized quartz is at an outpost where it gets trucked into my old base, where it jumps on. I hate this train station, by the way. I built this thing fucking wrong. As far as I'm concerned. What are you stopped for? There's literally no reason for you to be stopped. Why would the concrete delivery guy be stopped here? Why would you be here? Is that what you are? Oh, he's tried to turn around from Concrete Oasis to... I thought he'd just go on to Space 3 and then make it as part of the next round. But he hasn't. He's tried to turn around. You can't do that. You cutting your hair before ExileCon? No. Okay. Turn off self-driving. Before I do that, right, so I didn't think adding a new path like that would like I thought he'd just do it on his next go through. I didn't realize he'd try and do it now. Right, let's just do a little bit of manual driving, shall we? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. I need you to change lanes. Change lanes, buddy. How do you manually tell it to go a different way? A and D switch. I can't tell where it's going. What? This is not the way in? What's happening? What's happening? Oh wait, that is the way in. This is the way out. What were you doing here? Oh no, there's another one. Oh no! Oh! Push, get out the way. Oh, if I just get out the way, bud. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? I've broken everything. No. Okay, wait. No, wait. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna get in here. Right? Hang on. I'm gonna turn off self-driving. Right? You're gonna back the fuck up. You're gonna back up. What is that the way? Okay, sure. You're gonna back up and we're gonna fucking cause a crash. I don't even care. Oh, that's not what I thought you were gonna do. Oh, lordy lord. I thought you... Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna fix this. It's fine. I'm gonna fix it. Watch. Oh, the cargo. Oh no. Okay. But if I turn you onto here, you'll be on the wrong track. How did you get here? How did you get here? You're on the wrong side of the track. How did you get here facing this way? Okay, hang on. Right, fix the freight train. Okay, so now I want you to back up. That train's gonna be able to go. Alright. Into the station. Okay, well, I don't want you to go into the station. Where are you going next? Space 2? You can actually go right now. Get out of my way. Oh my god, there's another train here. Okay, what are you? From Illumina to Mega Messy 2. Right, okay, so you're just going back to Illumina. So you should also be able to go, like, through. You should be able to go through. You'll stop. You'll go through. Oh no, you're going the other way. Okay, cool. Okay, so after this guy leaves the station, right? After this guy leaves the station, I'll be able to back this one the whole way through the fucked up intersections that it did for no good reason. And all the way back out until it's on the right line. Okay. All right. What? How did you end up in this station backwards? How did that happen? Okay. Now hold on. Yo, brake. Slow the fuck down, bud. You're heading backwards on the line. Fucking forward. Go. We still on the wrong line though, aren't we? Are we still on the wrong line? Isn't the train's fault? It's doing exactly what it told you to? At no point did I ever tell this train to jump the track and end up on the wrong fucking side. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do either. Okay. So what we're gonna do then is how? so we're gonna go back this way. Right. And now, wait, get back here, get back here. Need to get you back on the right side of the track. Oh, fuck. Okay, so if you go that way. You still end up on the wrong side of the track. No. How did this happen? How did this happen? How do I get it to go on back? Like, how did you get here to begin with? Like, how did you get here to begin with? How did you get in here face the wrong way? No, it is not a new train. That's concrete delivery. So it would have come down here. Right? And then somehow I found it in the train track the wrong way. It worked properly. It's been working properly for like a week. I'm using concrete at the new base. I used it to make the two. So it's come down this line. Right? And then it hasn't turned in there, because if it turned in there, it'd be the right way around. It's backwards, but from here it can't do that. There's literally no way for this train to be how it is. Here. There's no way for this train to be how it is here. How do I get it turned back around though? Because okay. Well then, so I need a way off. I have to build a way off. There's nothing for it. I have to build myself a temporary way off. I need you to be on that side. There. No, I need you to be this way. On that side. That's too long. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. There. I need you to get there, bud. I need you to go all the way over there. I don't understand how this happened. It couldn't possibly have come from concrete delivery down the wrong line. It couldn't have, because it would have crashed into another train on the way. I mean, how else? I don't know. But now we're back on the correct side of the track. So now I want you to head to space 3, then go all the way back to concrete, and then mega messy. Turn on self-driving. Get out of here. Now, no other train will work because all the pathing signals are broken. That should have fixed it. And how else? But there's no way for it to have come out of the concrete station backwards. There's also no way for it to come out of this station backwards. There's no way for it to come out of any station backwards. I mean, I have to go look at the concrete station. It's the only, because it's on its way to the next base, so it's already broken. And concrete's the only other place where it could have. There's straight lines everywhere else. So where the fuck is the concrete base is down here? Oh, whoops. Oh, fantastic. I don't want to fuck with the spicy dude at all. Nope, we're headed on a run. I'm gonna figure this bullshit out. Hey, look, 3 normal dudes. Yo, there's a lot of dudes right here. Yeah, no one cares, dudes. We're leaving. Bye. Yo. While we're here. I will take one of them. Thanks. Off we go. Probably diagnosed when they edit a website. I mean, I probably could, but I think I'd rather just run over there and have a look. Because I just don't understand how it could possibly have been backwards. I built those train stations. They can't do that. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a bug and all, but I'm not stopping to kill stuff I don't need to kill. A Mercer Sphere maybe, but not. Yoink, I'll take that. There's the concrete base. Right there. That's it, just over that. That's a very large gap. Let's see if I can get a bit more speed for that. Oh, that's as much speed as I'm getting. I'll be fine. I would never have made that without the rocket fuel. Well, here is the concrete oasis. And there's the only train that comes here, the concrete train, which can only enter one of these 2 stations. And then can possibly only exit. This is the one. This is This is the one, right? It is. This is the one. It can only enter this station correctly. And then the leaving line, it's the end of the road. So there isn't even a way to get back on the wrong line. There isn't even a way to get back on the wrong line from there. It only has 2 stations. It shouldn't even have been in the Illumina station. It now has 3 because I added Mega Messy 2, but it doesn't go to Illumina. We got a rogue fucking train operator just out here fucking flipping switches whenever he likes. What the fuck is happening? Now you should turn in. Yep, you're gonna go to Mega Messy too. Do how does train just wig out like that? So I know what I did that caused it confusion. I added Mega Messy 2 in between Concrete Oasis and Space 3 while it was in transit. So it attempted to turn around on the way to Space 3 to hit Concrete Oasis, to hit Mega Messy 2 first, even though it had already passed Mega Messy 2. I wanted it to just do it on the next round, right? Like on the next trip. So somewhere after here, it attempted to turn around. Yeah, this is my least favorite train station. It functions, but it's my least favorite. It was my first one. That's where I built trains from. So that was my first station. The same point, and then I'll then just stay on the train and wait until I see what the fuck it does. Yeah, that braking drains provide power. Wait, even in this game? I know they drain power by running. Are you saying trains have regenerative braking? So there's where it had to have entered. It had to have entered right there and then just got stuck, because that's supposed to be the exit, right? So it entered right there and then it just realized it couldn't. The wobbly your power usage looks. I'm fine with the power usage being all over the shop. That can go up and down as long as my power generated is a straight line, and that line is never lower than the maximum power consumption. As long as that's the case, I'm good. Also, this is the only train station I like, by the way. This is the only train station I've made that I'm actually happy with. I mean, you unloaded somewhere. Well, you've only got 2 carts on you now. But you had 2 carts. I haven't hooked up the... What the fuck is happening? Two engines, 1 car. No, they've all only got 1 engine. We had 2 carts. It stopped at Mega Messy 2 to pick up crystallized quartz. It gets concrete from the concrete stuff that goes in tab 1. It picks up crystal quartz in either 2 or 3 or 4. I can't remember now. And then it brings it all here. That's what it's meant to do. Concrete delivery. Edit timetable. So it goes to the concrete oasis. It loads concrete. It goes to Mega Messy 2. It unloads nothing and loads quartz crystals. And then it comes to Space 3 and unloads concrete and quartz crystals. That's what it's supposed to do. We clearly, it didn't, even though it did the full route, so something's still wrong at Mega Messy 2. I wonder what train this is. I don't know, but it's going back to Mega Messy. Oh, this is expensive shit. Okay, cool. Oh man. The game isn't actually building the machines. The game is dealing with the logistics. It starts with belts and pipes and it ends with drones and trains and fucking buses of belts and pipes and everything else. BalorMage, you ruined my life. 100 hours in 2 weeks in this game. I can only apologize. The game for me is not placing train stations backwards. Okay. The station wasn't backwards. The train was backwards. Hold the phone. Oh wait, I thought you were coming this way. You're not, you're waiting. And this is why I hate this train station, by the way. This train station right here, it gets congested. I don't really know how to fix it. So far, most of my time is spent decorating my factories. I want multiplayer purely so that someone else can decorate my factories and like build the buildings into buildings when I'm done with them. Like just follow behind. Don't have to do any of the shit. Just make nice, pretty stuff. Yeah, okay. So here's where you go. It's full. It's set to unload. Motherfucker. That's not the train I care about, is it? No, that's aluminum delivery. Don't care about you. Yeah, you want somebody who like doesn't get off on the building of anything, on the like automating of things, but somebody who really likes making buildings look pretty. And then you just fucking, you do all the stuff and you let them do all of the make pretty behind you. And then you have a two-person world. Okay, this bitch right here is concrete delivery. And you will now pick up these because it says load. Yay! That load unload button has gotten me so many times. Yeah, it's gotten me way too many times. All right, so now quartz gets trucked from the little outpost that's out there. And it gets trucked in there to the truck station. The truck station supplies that base with the quartz it needs, and also this bit right here. Yo, do you want to fucking leave or what? What you doing? Yo, fucking leave. I mean, you can't leave because that other train's in the way, but that other train needs to leave. What y'all waiting on, bud? What y'all waiting on? Okay. All right. So this needs to exist so that they can loop back in because trains need to drop at multiple stations here. But we need another exit that exits us after that station. So this has been causing a problem for a little while, and I knew it's been causing a problem for a little while, and I've just been not fixing it, but I also have a fix for it. I had thought about it for a little while. So the idea is all three trains exit here, right? Instead, I'm gonna have another exit Right. There'll be a second exit. And this exit, what I'm going to do with it is from probably here. I'm actually going to exit down and have it travel under here. Right. And then have it loop back around until after this intersection. Probably up here where it'll reconnect. Because I've fucked with the trains. That's okay, so that's an option. There's got to be a better option though. So the problem right now is that this train wants to go to one of these stations that now have a train in them. Because of the pathing, they can't do the little loop to get in the train, but because there's two trains here, then they also can't leave. What is the easiest solution to this? I mean, is the easiest solution not just give the train way more room so I can separate it into more blocks? Feel like that's the best solution. So we can pass by the station with no problem. Okay, so we can't really use any further out than that. Okay. So now, if I make this, it's still an intersection. So make this one a pathing signal. And because this is now an intersection, that needs to have its own pathing signal. Does it not? This one needs to not be there anymore. And now that should all work. And you're a block. I don't know how you're doing that. So this is also a fucking intersection though, is it not? I'm worried that I'm worried that I've caused an accident now. I'm worried. Yeah, you're a block. You should be a path. You should be a path. Oh, you are a path. Okay. And you're a block. Okay. That's a block. And that's a block. So it should be its own little block. And now there's two ways out for those trains, so they do have a way with multiple like errors or whatever to get out. Now I wonder if a better thing to do would be to say have trains leaving off this train, like connect to that way, and trains leaving that way connect like they do now. Instead of having them like we'd then have two exits, one to go one way and one to go the other way. Because all I've done now is make it, like you said, even messier. This is my least favorite train station, by the way. I'm just not fixing it because this is not how a train station should be. It's my very first train station. How a train station should be is that these lines that come off should go into one single line, right? All these that come off, they shouldn't be like this track and this track should come into one line, and that line should just go down and along that way. And then there should be train tracks or train stations lined up like that there, like 1, 2, 3, and then the exit line should just come back into the train and split in two ways. So you pull in here for any of the stations, and then you pull into the station you want, and then you leave from any of the stations and go in the direction you want. That's how I think it should be, now that I've played with trains for a bit. But that ain't how it is. Not here, anyway. Okay, well, if I've done all this correctly, I don't think there'll be an accident there. I still hate that train station. But I don't think there'll be an accident. It's functional, not elegant. What does Go Monkey think? Go Monkey think maybe manager wanna write goddamn login page himself. Go Monkey not say it out loud. Go Monkey not crazy, just proud. Same deal here. This was my second station. I don't like it because it like leads straight into the station. But it wasn't until I got to making this next base that I had the awareness that like, oh, train stations can like get congested and we need a better layout. That's when I came up with whatever we've got at Space 3 over here, which is so far my favorite. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so now one of these has quartz crystals in it. Fuck! They're all set to load on this side too. Okay, well, I forget which one. I'm pretty sure it was that one. But now that it's set to unload on this side, it will also have my things. It will bring my quartz crystals. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. So that's the get rocket fuel here port. So we want a new drone port. Right. Now we're going to come under. Oh, first. Mr. Clungus. Able to raid. Right, so first the fuel port. Cool. And then the in port. How goes the factory? The factory, great. The trains, they could be better. One of my trains somehow turned around. Like it just flipped around. It turned around. It ended up on the wrong line. Like going the wrong way. And I still don't really understand how it did that, but it ended up on the track going the wrong way. So that was a bit of an issue. Little snafu right there. But it's fine. We fixed it now. But he doesn't know what caused it or who. I mean, I vaguely have some understanding of what might have happened, but it still shouldn't have. But I think that maybe it was my fault. I'm not saying it was my fault, but I think maybe it was my fault. Okay, so next time the train shows up, next time concrete train shows up, it will bring crystallized quartz. it will deliver crystallized quartz to that drone. After which, I will drone it from here to over there. Oh, didn't need that. From here to over there. I could run a belt, but honestly, it's getting pretty congested in there. So we'll run it. We'll run a drone. It's fine. Like there's a lot going on in here. Like this is a big city, and underneath is like a lot of belts, and we just need like 200 quartz to be over in the corner. And I'm just like, that's like, do I want to run another belt? Like this city's got a lot about, and it only gets worse in there. Like there's a lot of logistics done down the bottom here, and it's fine. I could, but like I could also just run a drone. The drone could deliver from here to the far side of the city where I need it, and then we could not worry about that. Oh, so that in theory, each of these buildings would become an actual building, right? Not just a fucking open space. And in theory, we'll have made an entire city here that does 3 of the 4 space elevator parts in decently large amounts. I'm making, how do I get my mouse back? There we go. I'm making 10 of those a minute and 5 of those a minute currently. And I'm about to be making 4 of these a minute. Although currently they're all just getting sunk because the thing is finished, right? Yo, Concrete, where are you? Please don't tell me you're stuck somewhere. Please don't be stuck somewhere. There you are, like there. It says operational. It says operational, but aluminum delivery hasn't left the station. What you doing, buddy? I thought I stuck around there long enough to make sure everything was working. Did I not stick around there long enough to make sure everything was working? What station is that? That's mega messy. I watched like 7 or 8 trains come and go. Like quantum mechanics, watching it changes the behavior. God damn it, you fucking piece of shit. Okay, the rest passed the train without. Right, okay. So, you're in there and you picked up the things I want. Like you did that, right? And so now you want to leave to come to space 3, which is correct. This one, however, is the one that has to double back. And that's an issue. Because this path signal says you're blocked. And you're blocked because you also want to go to Mega Messy too. Because you have to stop at 2 stations here. And so you can't come back into this because you can't leave. Wait, if I just take one of these and put it right there, will you leave and just go this way? Well, you didn't go that way like I expected you to, but you did get out of the way. I mean, it seems to be working now. All right, so I know the solution to this whole mess, by the way. It took me a minute to think it through. The train station there, or the train line right there, and the train line up like here, those need to connect, and I need to separate this bit so that it does exactly what I want. Delete this bit so that it like, and then like somewhere has to have the setup that the other side has, where it like comes in beside in a straight line, lets you pick your station, leaves together, but it's like a whole thing. I didn't use the empty train when waiting for the next train. I just added that and it to see if it would work. I kind of didn't expect it to. But the reason essentially, so if I pick up a block signal, there are block signals and path signals. And so everything that is its own unit is in a different color. So when I didn't have this block signal here, that color went all the way to there, which that train was in. And so it assumed, it said in this station, there is, you know, no fucking room. Once I placed this, it went, oh, there is room. Or once I placed this one, it went, oh, there is room. And this is still the quickest path. So it still took the quickest path because this path is slightly longer. Right? Yeah. So I just don't think it has a logic in it for if fastest path is blocked, takes slightly longer path. I don't think it has that logic. Like, I don't think that exists. It's just, there's my path. It's the fastest one. It's blocked. Can't go. They don't have like a fallback. Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, this train is running smoothly now. Have I stayed here long enough? Can I leave? I obviously need to redesign this whole train station. This is a mess. It was my very first train station. So, you know. Also, yesterday while I was offline, I discovered something that's going to make me redesign my floating train stations for next time anyway. It's probably good to actually put a massive power pole on each of those train stations and have the tracks run either side of them and just run them the whole way and like connect the power through the line. And you might be like, oh, but doesn't the train station bring power? Yes. Right until you try and edit a little tiny bit of the train station and you very temporarily disconnect it from the grid and then your entire station shuts down. So it's probably good to have two ways that power gets there. And that'll be all concrete delivery. Off to go get some concrete. Good news, it only has one card on it. It left with two. That means it did drop off my quartz. And a pylon slap down. I need to run them the whole way. I mean, it means I gotta run power cables somehow. Like, I should also run power cables as well as the train line. Right, when concrete delivery gets back, I'm gonna jump on that train. Into power, put a temporary station. You aren't fucking with stuff. No, I get it. I didn't know that I was gonna break the power, right? Like, it didn't occur to me that in redesigning a little tiny bit of the track that I was just gonna lose power to the whole base. That didn't occur to me. Until I did it and then was like, uh-oh. Yo, concrete's so far away. I mean, it's fine, but like, it's so far away. It's all right. Eventually we'll end up running from here and connecting around that way as well. And then this train will still have to go like that because we're running a connector under the platform with tubes and belts. I mean, I could. I don't know. I don't like. I'm not in love with the idea of running belts and shit on my trains. Hyper tubes are cool, but like, eh. Right, so here comes concrete delivery. And it's gonna yoink all of the quartz. And off we go. Running up all the ore, pressing into ingots in one location and then sending the ingots out to factory from there. Thoughts? People have done that. That is a thing that I have seen. I think they call it like central smelting or something. They just pick a place, you know, in the middle, like 30% or so of the map. And then they just bring every fucking ore of a kind in. And just be like, all right, this is where we make iron ingots. And right there is where we make copper ingots. And right there is where we make... a better idea, I think, is that anywhere where there's a cluster of, like, let's say it's copper you're after, anywhere where there's a cluster of copper, if it's near enough to water, you just make the copper ingots on site, you ship all the copper ingots into a central station. Like, I'd rather ship in ingots than raw ore. So I'd rather have little satellite factories doing all the processing of raw ore and then have it brought somewhere as ingots to then be sent out for use wherever. Yeah, it's something I've seen people do that. I don't mind it. Just wherever you build huge train stations. Right, because everybody's gonna need a bit of copper, everybody's gonna need a bit of iron, everybody's gonna need a bit of, yep, right. So like good train stations. Map in that tool site? No, you haven't. There's no such thing. You mean paths? Okay. So if we go map layer, is it roads? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. I have seen you pull up the train map. Is that on the tool site? I did read that correctly and I understood it and knew what they were after. Yeah, so it's just roads and it's basically just a list of where all the like natural paths are. You don't have to follow them, but like there's some like good scenery through them and whatnot, and you know, less obstruction and stuff, so it's convenient sometimes but not necessary. It's just roads. Okay, bitch is empty. Fantastic. Which means quartz are here and fuel is here. Fantastic. We're also powered. Okay. We're most of the way there. Logistics is a pain in the ass. You're gonna get your own drone. However, there's nowhere for you to deliver to. Because I didn't put a drone station down in the other place. It's just okay per minute. I mean, I've already got some nodes that can produce 1800 a minute. But I only have belts that can handle 780, so it's actually not as useful as one might think. Okay, so here's where I want you to be. So yoink. I don't even need that. In vanilla. Maybe it's 12. Maybe it's 12. I could be wrong. All I know is I can't take it. Because I'm not. Like, I can't take it. Yeah, I will be able to take it, but I can't take it right now. Oh, that ain't high enough. Sorry, buddy. Ooh, don't trust that at all. Target the foundation, please. Thank you. I have to assume that's modded. That doesn't sound, none of that sounds reasonable. Now back over to the train. Honestly, just make things any easier. It's actually adding a bunch of work. Yeah. There are only a few mods that I will run on my second playthrough. Daisy chain everything is like right the fuck up there. This port, I would like you to go to oscillator production. head on over. Let me go for a ride. Just jetpack because I don't trust it. Why are we going down? Okay, well, sure. All right, I think I would have got thrown off anyway. You'll figure it out, buddy. You'll get there. Come on. Oh no, I didn't power them. Wait, I didn't power the buildings. Hold on. I was like, these should be turning on. They're not turning on. You know what? Of course. The fuck? Woohoo! Alright, Nightgrath Demon, I give it a raid. A metal cup of coffee. Nice. Alright. It's a working. We have our crystal oscillator production. Finally. So the next bit is computers. Which is somehow also going to take AI. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm using them in both. Oh yeah, okay, sure. Use 18 in that and 9 over here. Yeah, alright, sure. And then you're gonna take those ones, which I've done, those ones, which I've done, this one, which I've now also done. So what have we got left? I gotta make computers. And I have to make computers because everything before this is done. So I have to make computers and then supercomputers and adaptive control units. And then that's it. We're on to the assembly director system. So there are a grand total of 3 buildings to be done before we have our third part. Whew. That being said, I think we're done for the day. So we are not getting our third part done today. And I hope there's enough rubber going in there. How much rubber am I supposed to use? 126? Are you even bringing in 126? Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like you're bringing in a little more than that, actually. Actually, it's looking a lot like you're bringing in a little less than that. Oh, it's because I fucked up the trains for so long. I fucked up the trains for so long, I've run out of rubber. They're fixed now, but it's going to take them like 3 or 4 or possibly 5 round trips before it's all caught up properly. Like, it's not that we're not bringing enough rubber in right here. It's that we stopped bringing rubber into the entire base for a while. And it was a problem. Because fucking everything uses rubber. Just have a quick slide through our logistics floor. Hello, there is quite a lot of rubber just here. Although, yeah, we're taking a lot of it there and a lot of it there. It's still pretty full on rubber here. So that's all going really good. Still kind of looks like there's tons of rubber in the base and I'm just not getting enough over there. Well, this is the place you split off. Did I do something wrong? I mean, you split off the main line. You should have plenty of rubber when you split off the main line. You're only the second one to split off the main line too. And this side's like backed up. It's not using that much. Click substreaming OBS so the full ISP actually got lost too. Yeah, alright. Sure. I don't know how that happens, but also computers do computer things. Okay, that's a fast lift. That's a fast belt. Just feels like something's wrong here. Ah, right. I actually split the rubber here again. Yeah, but that side's full. So like, I don't know. It's fine. It is catching up. Look. I was right. It was the trains that I was fucking with earlier causing me to just straight up not have enough rubber. Because we're essentially shipping in about 700 rubber a minute. No, about 600 rubber a minute. But we're using about 570 or so of that rubber. So stopping the trains for as long as I did caused a massive rubber shortage. Because we didn't have a lot in the bank. But now we're fine. Of course, until these crystal oscillators fill up. Which they will. Things you can say in both satisfactory and an orgy. There's a rubber shortage. Yep. Whew. Alright, however, I think we're going to call it there. Which means tomorrow we definitely quite easily finish our third elevator part. Because it's only 3 full buildings away. And then that one will be fully automated and done. And then it's time to make nuclear pasta. Which I have done absolutely no research on. But people keep telling me is anywhere between 50 and 80% of the work of phase 4 is apparently just in those 100 nuclear pasta. I have done no looking into it at all. But we'll see, I guess. Love that drone delivery though. That's nice. Nice little touch. Trying to figure out where I'm gonna make all this stuff. I think I'm gonna come a little closer to the train station for it. Like I might build some road out here and make like one of the buildings there. And I want the final building to be like either out here or up here. Probably out the back here, I think. That's where the final building will be. Since the first two are like here and here. And then the real question will be, can I use this city again to make nuclear pasta so that all of it is done here? Probably not. Also standard recipes only. Is that your whole thing for the playthrough? Is that no alt recipes? Because that sounds rough. Not gonna lie. Alt recipes are saving my life. Speaking of alt recipes, scan my second last hard drive. Thank you. Some of the base recipes are just incredibly bad. I guess before we go anywhere, I could have a look at nuclear pasta and just see. You have already? You made a section? Oh. It's also empty. it's also empty. I got to the same point. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yep. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, that's fucked. Oh, you're a piece of shit and nobody enjoys your company. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, let's just say I want like 3 of these running. It's 1.5 past a minute. Ha! Thing is, I know that I need a lot of this for the next phase. But what I don't know is like how much. Like, I don't know. How many singularity cells am I going to need? Like, I have no idea. I don't even know what the fuck dark, whatever that is. Oh shit, I need them for Fixonian. That's what fixes the nuclear problem. Ah, fuck. Oh no. Barely. Barely. But that needs... Unless you're gonna push endgame stuff. I mean, I want to finish. But 3 a minute would let me get rid of that. Which would let me run 30 nuclear power plants. How many nuclear power plants would I want to run? I mean, first of all, more than 12. See, that only 12 of them only makes 75,000 power. At that point, I might as well just make more rocket fuel. Right? So like, we want more than that. Shit, do I just make more rocket fuel? It seems easier than doing this if I need it. Oh, ballistic warp drives need it. Yeah, okay, fuck these things. Hold on. So these need those. What else do you got? That's nothing. That's... okay. Fine, 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 whatever. Just seeing if like I need nuclear for fucking anything. And it doesn't necessarily look like I do. What the fuck is this? Well, I mean, I do need those. And they come from SAM shit. Okay, cool. More supercomputers. I don't know what the time crystals are made of. Diamonds. Okay, so they don't need it either. We need those, which I'm already making. We'll need this, which comes back to these again, which you can just make with diamonds. Last, we're already making those. Fixonium goes back over there again, so it's all fine. We're already making assembly director parts. That's just water. So we're back to right. Okay, so I can just skip nuclear power. I may have to make one more power plant, but it doesn't have to be nuclear. Like, if I have to make another power plant, it'll be somewhere else and it won't be a tower. It'll just be a slapped down power plant. But it doesn't seem like I have to do nuclear. I just have to do the pasta. And while I do need some of it, I certainly don't need much. Like, if I wanted to make, say, I don't know, fucking feels like 3 is a good number. About this tool, it's called Satisfactory Modeler. It's a game you can just download off Steam and lets you like plan out all of your shit. So it feels like making 3 nuclear pasta a minute is more than enough to do like the final phase shit also. Like, I'll just leave it going to the elevator until it's done its 1,000 that it needs, or whatever it needs for this one, right? And then once that's finished, reroute it into this, because I don't seem to need it for these two. But also, how many of them do you even need? Only 200? But you could just make one of them, which would come off those, which would come off that, which would then only need half of it a minute. So maybe we just go with 2. We'll just go with 2. I'll make 2 nuclear pasta a minute for this phase, and we'll just see if that feels like enough in the next phase. I think it will. I think I just leave it going to the elevator while I build the other parts that aren't this one, and then I'll be done, and I'll have fucking 2 nuclear pasta a minute to use. Maybe I just build the nuclear pasta somewhere where I know I can expand if I need to, but we just build 2 a minute, and then we just make sure that there are things around in place if I'm like, oh well, suddenly I need 5. Okay, time to make everything bigger. Yeah, I think we'll do that. 2 a minute it is. Oh. Oh wow, no, 2 machines only makes 1 a minute. So 4 machines is what I would want. Which is still gonna be Oh my god, if I want to make, even if I want to make four machines and that's it total, which is only 2 nuclear pasta a minute. I mean, sure, but that's the same amount of, I could also sloop them. I could also sloop them. So maybe we get away with like, yeah, I think we do 4. We just do the 4 and we can sloop them and we'll have 4 machines, which is 2 a minute, and we can sloop them. And then suddenly we've got 4 a minute. Which will be tons. 4 a minute will be tons. And that's doable. I can do that. 2,400 ingots is a lot, but it's only 64 refineries. We pump them all to 200%. It's only 32 refineries. Pump them all to 250. Math doesn't work out right. Pump them all to 200. It's only 32 refineries. Right, that's manageable. 2 fused modular frames is also fine. 4 radio control units is also fine. I don't think this is that bad. I don't think this is that bad. If I sloop them, this is good. We make 4 a minute with sloops. Yo, I'm making these. I can ramp the production up on those 2 things and not even have to make them more. I don't have to redo those productions. I'm making those. I can ramp them up. I think this will be fine. I don't think nuclear pasta is going to be a big problem if I stick to this idea of just making 4 and having them with sloops so that I have 4 a minute. I think that's not a big deal. It does use a lot of copper, but like, that's still only like 2 nodes. That's 2 nodes. I'm making this already. I can ramp that up, and I'm making this already, and I can ramp that up. Yeah, all right. I don't think that's that bad. People are making that seem very bad. It's not that bad. It's fine. Okay, let's see. Where is literally anybody I know? Yeah, all right, let's do that. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.